for these Atlanta Braves fans to see their ball club in the playoffs. The Braves are close right now, taking on the Cardinals today, who are not as close. The Braves are 1 game back in the East. The Cardinals 6 back in the Central. Right now, the Braves would be the wild card if the season were to end today. And welcome to Fox Saturday Baseball, along with Mark Grace. I'm Josh Lewin. Thing is, the season does not end today, and the Atlanta Braves still have some work to do.
Yeah, pennant races mean big games in September. This is a big one for both teams, Josh. The Atlanta Braves are in a dogfight in the East with the Philadelphia Phillies. They have to start winning games and winning right now.
As for the Cardinals, that +1, I guess, and the pitching has to keep on coming. They've got a great big 3. After that, kind of a question mark.
Yeah, it is a question mark, and Jake Westbrook's going to take the mound today. They've got their big 3, and that is Garcia, Carpenter, Wainwright. Now they need some wins out of the other 2 spots.
Stepping up on a humid afternoon here in Atlanta today, the Braves and the Cardinals, 2 teams that are used to going to the postseason, both trying to get there here in 2010. They'll play ball when we come back on Fox. There's been an integral part of society that's helped to bring fans together. And, of course, on this day, Major League Baseball and its 30 clubs joining the White House and observing September 11, 2010 as a national day of service and remembrance. Nothing says America quite like baseball, and we have some for you today from Atlanta on a very typically Atlanta hot and humid afternoon. 95 degrees here. Let's get you right along here to the starting lineups for the St. Louis Cardinals, brought to you by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. Schumacher and Jay, Pujols and Holiday. Rasmus and the slumping Felipe Lopez. It's Molina, and there's that wacky bat the pitcher 8 thing that Tony La Russa does. Westbrook batting 8th. Brendan Ryan at batting 9th. And today's game brought to you by Budweiser, official beer of the first inning. A beer that starts with full flavor and ends with a crisp, clean finish. Budweiser, it's what we do. Tommy Hanson is on the mound. This is his first career start against St. Louis. Only one win since the All-Star break, Mark Grace. He deserves better than that.
He certainly does. He's been, well, the chosen one, I guess, when it comes to the Atlanta Braves offense. They have decided, well, they just don't want to score any runs for Tommy Hanson.
Well, that's not cool.
No, it's not at all. I think it's downright rude.
So stay the course, just keep doing what he's doing.
Yeah, he's throwing the ball very well. He doesn't have a whole lot to show for it, but he's been throwing the ball well. Just stay the course. Eventually, they're going to score you some runs.
Jim Reynolds says that's a strike. And a 2-1 count to Schumacher. Tap towards short. There's Alex Gonzalez, brought here in part for his defense. And there's some of it right there. Robbing Skip Schumacher. The defense actually has been letting him down slightly since he's been here, but that's a real nice play. He's joined by these fellows this afternoon. Brian McCann, the All-Star catcher, working with Tommy Hanson today. These Atlanta Braves are 81-61. We mentioned they're one game out and they're one game up somehow.
Which means what?
Well, you got a wild card thing happening and you got the NL East happening.
I like it. One out and one up. Hanson, a hard thrower. He can run his fastball up in the mid-90s. Got a very good curveball as well. That's really his strikeout weapon.
It is down and into Jay, 2-0. John Jay had a key drop of a fly ball last night, as the Braves put 6 on the board in the 6th inning and came back, won the game by a couple.
Now drive to the wall by Brian McCann with the bases loaded. Was dropped at the base of the wall by John Jay. And the Braves never looked back.
That one slashed into the crowd. It'll be a nice-sized crowd here today in Atlanta. And regarding Tommy Hanson, this is a guy that leads the Braves in strikeouts. And you mentioned it, Grace. I mean, he can't do much better from certainly an ERA standpoint in this second half, but he's only got the one win.
It's hard to be 1-6 with those numbers, Josh, but that's just the way it is. His only win came when he threw 7 innings of one-hit ball back on the 1st of this month against the New York Mets, but that's been it as far as the wins go, but he's certainly thrown the ball well enough. Just missed with the inside fastball.
A little bit snug, according to Mr. Reynolds back there.
Well, he goes, just attacks the inside corner right on the belly button of John Jay, but he didn't get the call.
Another foul from Jay, with Pujols waiting his turn next. Mentioned Jim Reynolds behind the plate. 2 Welkies in the umpiring mix, the brothers Bill and Tim. Tim is the crew chief. Taken, and that's strike 3.
He brought it back that time right to the inside corner. Just missed a couple of pitches previous. That time he got it to the inside corner, and Jim Reynolds rings it up.
Took 9 pitches, but he got John Jay. Now he'll try to take that same stuff into the battle against Albert Pujols. Your sprint player first for the Cardinals. Among many things we could point to and call this number 1 for Albert Pujols.
I was going to say he pretty much leads baseball in just about every category, whether they're inside categories or maybe the Triple Crown categories. He's just been fabulous ever since his first day in the big leagues in the early 2000s. You can just feel a hush come over an opposing ballpark when this man steps into the box.
Now, especially this ballpark, he's turned this place into his own personal playground. He's got 11 home runs here in about 30 games. And, you know, somewhat incredibly, Gracie, this is actually, statistically, the worst season for Pujols since 2002, and these numbers are still incredible.
And he's got a very good chance of being MVP again.
Next RBI will be number 100. Yeah, 10 years in the big leagues now. His average season has been a .332 average, 41 jacks, and 125 runs batted in. So
he'll get the hang of it one of these days.
What sets Pujols apart, in part, you're looking at it right here, his tremendous plate discipline. I think most power hitters strike out a ton, too. You look at Adam Dunn or Jim Thome or Ryan Howard. Pujols averages a home run every 14 at-bats, but a strikeout only every 10 at-bats.
Which is very little for a power hitter, as you said.
Now, most guys average about every 3 or 4 at-bats if they're hitting 40 home runs. Keeping him in the ballpark. Nice first inning for young Tommy Hanson. It's going to be Westbrook on the mound for St. Louis when we come back. For this Braves organization, always professional, always prepared. And here's the lineup that he'll be running out this afternoon. It's brought to you by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. Infante hitting at .340 right off the top. Then it's Hayward, who might be Rookie of the Year. Martin Prado, who's had a great season himself. McCann and the recently imported Derek Lee. Nate McLaughlin, Alex Gonzalez, Melky Cabrera, and Tommy Hanson. That's the 1 through 9 for the 81 and 61 Braves. And Jake Westbrook has only been around for a few weeks. He's kind of coming home here, Gracie. He's a native of the great state of Georgia. And so far, just one win as a Cardinal.
Yeah, he's throwing the ball okay. He hasn't been fabulous, but he's a guy, when he is fabulous, his infielders better beware because he has one of the best sinkers in all of baseball. And when he's right, and he's keeping it down around the knees, he's going to get a bundle of ground balls.
Infante gets himself a lot of infield hits. Leads the National League in that department. Matter of fact, he's had one 3 games in a row. So, yeah, the infielders are on red alert right here.
How about a .340 batting average?
That's going to gum up the works for all these Triple Crown candidates. Infante doesn't have the requisite number of plate appearances yet to qualify.
But he should get there, shouldn't he?
Yeah, he's on pace to get there in the season's final weekend. Lifting this one towards center, and Rasmus is there. Oh, there will be other St. Louis Cardinals making plays behind Jake Westbrook, and here they are. Holiday and Jay with Rasmus, and then in the infield, Lopez, Ryan, Schumacher, and Pujols, Westbrook, and Yadier Molina. Now, Westbrook joined this rotation just a little more than a month ago, and he could be part of the first Cardinals team to lead the majors in starters ERA since the Bob Gibson heyday of 1968. Dealing here to Jason Hayward.
Jason Hayward, all of a sudden hot again in the last week. He's hit at a 370 clip. Got the batting average up to 287.
Right down the line, and that is barely foul. Yeah, no one in baseball has been hotter these last 3 weeks, Gracie. 35 for 80. That one just skipped wide of the line.
Close. Bill Welke, the first base umpire, right on top of it. I think Hayward, in a very silent way, I think he disagreed with Bill Welke on that call. Boy, that was awfully close. Westbrook wanted that. At this time, he attacked the inside corner, didn't get the call.
You got to be careful coming into this guy, right?
Well, you can hear Jim Reynolds saying, "That's in. That's in." Westbrook thinks it's inside corner.
That had a bit more of the plate, and it's fouled by Hayward. These Braves are, I guess you could say, Gracie, trying to shake out of a collective slumber offensively. Hayward obviously has picked up some slack. What they really need, though, what they just haven't had all year, is that big-time run-producing Charlie. The guy that just tips the balance of power and makes the fans hold off on that run for a hot dog. Hayward is out. Perhaps some more silent disagreement right there. Let's take a look.
Well, he wasn't getting the inside corner. Well, that's awfully close. I think that's too close to take.
Well, the Braves so tough here at home. They're 50-20. Sprint shows you that. There's sprint firsts. This entire Atlanta team. And as Prado takes and is down 0-1. You know, I guess Derek Lee, batting fifth in the order for Atlanta, he's capable, right, Mark, of being that guy to put the team on his back and give him that piggyback ride.
Yeah, he is. He is a guy that can do that. He's done it in the past. What they're missing is a healthy Troy Gloss. He had a monster May, and then injuries came knocking on his door, and they do miss that big bat in the lineup. But when the Braves turned it around, it was really because Troy Gloss got very hot.
Base hit in the left for Prado. Yeah, they got a bunch of guys who are 15 homers, 70 RBI types. There's nothing wrong with that. Prado's one of them. Hayward's one of them. McCann coming up. Lee, same deal. But you look at the Cardinals, and Pujols is a 40/120 guy. Holiday can be a 35/110.
And it just depends on what you want. Do you want 5 or 6 guys, like you mentioned, that hang around the 70 RBI mark, or do you want those two big monsters right in the middle of the order?
Obviously, Chipper Jones, if healthy, at least gives you presence in that lineup.
Exactly, and they certainly miss him as well. Even though he's not having the year he would have liked to have had before he got injured. But he was starting to turn things around and piece things together, Josh. Gas right behind.
Yep, Ryan McCann now looking at 1-1. Now, the Braves are barely in the top 20 of the 30 big league teams when it comes to home runs and slugging percentage. But they can beat you in some other ways. There's McCann lifting it into right. And the aforementioned Derek Lee will have his opportunity early.
Well, Brian McCann, he is an offensive catcher. That's that fastball. Yadier Molina wanted it on the inside corner. It came back to the middle of the plate. Brian McCann, the All-Star Game hero for the National League. Just continues his terrific year again.
Oh, and Derek Lee, who has been a playoff hero, and again is capable of being that big timer.
Well, this is why they went out and got him. For these reasons right here, for these big situations. Couple guys on, 2 quick outs, get a back-to-back base hits. Now, this is the guy. This is that big-time run producer.
Breaking ball is in there.
That was a beauty of a breaking ball there from Westbrook. That one buckled the knees of Derek Lee.
Took Derek Lee 60 at-bats to get his first home run for the Braves. It was in this series. It was Thursday night off of Adam Wainwright.
Nice play out there by a Braves fan. And that was it. Adam Wainwright said no more after that. He ended up beating the Braves.
Shaves the outside corner, 2-2. The last 4 home runs that Derek Lee has hit have been against these St. Louis Cardinals. His last 3 in a Cubs uniform were against the Cards.
It's a big rivalry.
Yes, it is. I think you're probably well aware of that.
Oh, I had 13 years of it.
Little known fact, though, you grew up a bit of a Cardinal fan, and then you...
Yeah, a huge Cardinal fan growing up in Florissant, Missouri, just outside of St. Louis.
The jump enemy lines and...
And wouldn't you know it, the team that I grew up hating, the Cubs, they drafted me.
That one sporting just outside, and Nate McLouth will have the opportunity. Interesting that it would come to McLouth right away. He's hitting 6th in the lineup for the 2nd game in a row. Hadn't hit that high in a long time. And it worked yesterday. First time batting 6th all year. Home run, first time up. It's been a miserable year for Nate McLouth.
It really has. He's just way too talented of a player, Josh, to have the kind of year he's having. Missed significant time after suffering a concussion, colliding with Jason Hayward out in the outfield. That's a bad guy to collide with.
Yeah, he is. An apartment building.
All of a sudden, after 2 quick outs to start the inning, Josh, the Atlanta Braves here cooking up a brew with the bases loaded and 2 outs.
No, they
Westbrook
are
having trouble finding the strike zone.
Yeah, 23 pitches this inning. The Braves have only swung at 6 of them. That's a swing. Doesn't do much, but this swing last night, boy, that had to feel great for Nate McLouth. His first home run since May.
Way out of here to right field. He just picked out a fastball from Chris Carpenter and just launched a moonshot. A couple of pretty good pitchers there. Wainwright, Carpenter.
Again, a little patience exhibited here by these Atlanta Braves.
And this will drive a pitcher crazy. You keep making what you think are pitchers' pitches. They're just off the plate. And they're, by rule, they're balls. But boy, these Braves not swinging at anything out of the strike zone at all. Really making Westbrook work. Took another one.
Yeah. On appeal again. And once again, Tim Welke says that's in the Braves' favor. 3-1 with the bases loaded.
Can you say playoff atmosphere, Josh?
Got that vibe, doesn't it? Taken, and Atlanta's on the board first.
Just a fabulous at-bat by McLouth. Laid off some tough pitches and drew a bases-loaded walk.
Real sense of urgency for the Cardinals. They don't have a lot of time to mess around here. Down 6. And you mentioned that Carpenter and Wainwright and Garcia have been outstanding, but whoever walks into that shadow and becomes one of those rest of starters. Westbrook is in that shadow today. It's just not gone well.
It hasn't gone well at all. The big three have certainly carried the load.
Alex Gonzalez will again take. It's been a very take-happy first inning.
Terry Pendleton, the hitting coach of the Braves, got to be proud of what he's seeing. You're already talking about close to 30 pitches here in the first inning.
And that is only the 8th swing from these Atlanta Braves.
And that was a big-time sinker with some teeth right on the back foot of Alex Gonzalez. Yeah, next pitch will be number 30.
Needed that. He strikes out the powerful Alex Gonzalez. A bases-loaded walk has given Atlanta the early lead. Saturday Baseball presented by Gillette is sponsored by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. By Sprint, the Now Network. And by Ford, Drive One. A little slushy action for you, perhaps, Mr. Grace.
This is a slushy kind of day.
Well, we are in, I was going to say hot Atlanta. That's such a lame thing to say. I mean, it's just as hot as in Birmingham. Nobody says Hotmingham.
I think we need just to have a little agreement amongst ourselves. We will never refer to it as Hotlanta again.
How about the ATL?
There you go.
No.
There you go. That one's kind of
I know. It's climbing the lame chart, too. But Atlanta, Georgia.
I do love this city, though.
It is a great town. They love their Braves. I'm digging them, especially now that they are in playoff sight. Wild card, yes. At least for now. Obviously, the National League East, if they can somehow find a way to scale past Philly, that's even better. Matt Holliday to be followed by Colby Rasmus. Holliday was on the home run train last night off Mike Minor.
Went down and got a change-up and drove it about 420 feet to center field. Now he sits in a 2-0 count. This could make a loud sound. 3-0.
You turn them loose? 3-0?
No, I don't. Not leading off an inning. But I'm kind of a dinosaur when it comes to that, Josh.
Swinging 3-0, dinosaur.
And hence?
Oh.
I just don't like it. I don't like it. Not leading off an inning. The best thing that happens right there is he hits a home run. Okay, well, obviously, but I don't
Not
have
for
a
you.
problem. And plus, if you're swinging 3-0, that ball needs to be pulled. You can't get beat by a fastball when you're swinging 3-0 in a nothing situation. You can see how disappointed Holliday is in himself. Banging the bat rack there a little bit. He knows he made a mistake. Swinging 3-0 is fine, but that bat needs to be swung with bad intentions, not just a little can of corn fly ball over to the other side.
Rasmus ahead 1-0. How many of your Cubs managers forbade you guys to swing 3-0? They actually tell you, we don't do that.
They basically said, Rhino, Andre, you guys can swing 3-0 anytime you want. The rest of you don't even think about it. We'll let the Hall of Famers take care of the 3-0 pitches. The rest of you take them.
Rasmus has destroyed the Braves in a short sample this year. He's from down around these parts. This is kind of a homecoming for him. 10 for 17 against the Braves with 3 home runs.
There's the big curveball, the go-to strikeout pitch.
That's really become a good strikeout pitch for Tommy Hanson. Confident enough to throw that really any time.
You get a 1-2 count, you're throwing 95, and then you get that snapdragon right there, right over the top of it. Goes Rasmus. Perfectly executed there by the young right-hander.
Felipe Lopez up next, and now your forward keys to the game.
Well, for St. Louis, there's no margin for error. You got 23 games left. You need to win basically all of them to have a chance.
What, 23-0?
Well, that's probably asking a lot. You're right.
Yeah, a little bit.
And then for Atlanta, well, score some runs already for Tommy Hanson. You know, they score plenty of runs for these other guys, Tim Hudson, the rest of these starters for the Braves. But unfortunately, Tommy Hanson's the guy that has, well, he probably needs to take his team out to dinner a few more times.
Well, they've got him a run, but they didn't swing the bat to do it. It was a bases-loaded walk. 1-2 to Lopez. Yeah, Hanson's got that glistening 2 3/4 ERA since the break.
You can't buy a win.
6 losses, 4 no decisions in there. A little bit outside to Lopez. Boy, Lopez really needs to get going. Just serves it on in the left.
That was beautiful 2-strike hitting right there by the veteran. Got a fastball up and out over. Just flipped it over there for a base hit. Keep the inning alive.
Molina comes up, and, you know, this is going to be the 14th hitter today. These two teams combined, Mark. Nobody has swung at a first pitch yet.
Really? Let's see if Yadier's swinging here.
He will have to wait either way. Molina has battled a swollen right knee the last couple of weeks.
He's one of those guys. He catches just about every single game, Josh.
And wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, but you know, those catchers come this time of year, man. The old body needs a little extra grease.
Usually, after the All-Star break, catchers kind of go the other way here.
They fade, you're right.
Another first pitch taken. Might have seen the Mets have taken a 1-0 lead on the Phillies today. The Phillies up 1 in the NL East right now on these Braves. We'll keep you posted throughout the afternoon. Of course, the Braves have that safety netting to fall back into, possibly that wild card. But San Diego's right there, San Francisco's right there, and boy, here comes Colorado again.
It's just what they do.
Off the glove of Hanson, but he's calm. Takes care of Molina. 1 hit, nothing else. It stays 1-0 here on Fox. Fox Saturday Baseball presented by Gillette, sponsored by Budweiser with full flavor and a crisp, clean finish. It's what we do.
I don't know, makes me hungry.
Not enough deep-fried things right there, unfortunately.
Well, it's the Deep South.
And it's state fair time everywhere. Melky Cabrera taking down and outside. You know what the Texas State Fair, I swear to you, they have deep-fried beer. That sounds impossible, but they've somehow made that happen. They're like little toasted raviolis, but with beer. To the bag, nice play. Westbrook, athletic. One down, and here is a DirecTV game break. The Phillies and the Mets today. Ike Davis, maybe some years would be in Rookie of the Year consideration. There's just a lot of competition there in this particular season. It's a 1-0 game there. The Mets on top. And the only way to watch every game in HD, that's DirecTV. Call them, 1-800-DirecTV.
I want to keep talking about that deep-fried beer. What's going on there?
It's definitely inventive.
Welcome to Texas.
Tommy Hansen taking down and outside. We've been talking about the Braves at 20 games over. St. Louis right now is kind of wobbling around at 7 games over. But, you know, they won a World Series not too long ago, Mark, when they were just about that. Hansen almost beating it out. Couldn't do it.
Great play on both ends. First, Skip Schumacher making a terrific play and avoiding Brendan Ryan, his shortstop. There's the chopper. Once it gets over the head of Westbrook, now you say, uh-oh. And then a beautiful dig on the other end by the Gold Glover, Albert Pujols. That's what you have to do if you're the Cardinals. You cannot give them, and that is any opponent, you can't give them anything. There is no margin for error anymore in their season.
Infante down 0-1. Yeah, the Cardinals have won just 9 of their last 26. That ball poked in a right. And a base hit for Infante. Again, kind of a stealth batting title possibility for Omar Infante. Now, next week on Fox Saturday Baseball, these Braves will look to keep pace in the East. They'll be taking on the Mets. The Padres are in St. Louis. The Tigers trying to play spoiler, taking on the White Sox. Coverage of Fox Saturday Baseball presented by Gillette. Beginning next week at 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific on Fox. Check local listings for the game and start time in your area.
Those good matchups. I'm telling you, you start getting to the ballpark a little bit earlier now in September when you're in a pennant race.
Jason Hayward bats. We were just talking about Ike Davis having a high-quality season for New York. But Hayward, starting on opening day when he hit that missile, that 480-foot home run here, opened a lot of eyes.
Including Carlos Zambrano's, who
gave it up. Some years you got to really kind of hunt around and say, well, okay, I guess this guy for Rookie of the Year. But there are plenty of candidates here in 2010.
I don't think there's a clear-cut winner right now. I think it's still got to play out, Josh, as far as Rookie of the Year.
All the contestants essentially do different things. It's kind of tough to make, for example, an apples-to-apples comparison, Hayward to Garcia.
Right now, if I had to vote, and I had to vote right now, I'd give it to Gabby Sanchez of the Florida Marlins.
I think if the Giants end up making it, I go Buster Posey.
Even though he missed almost half the season?
Mm-hmm. Little bit inside, 2-2.
And he's been terrific. He has been a great shot in the arm.
Well, I'm not saying a whole bunch of people would vote along with me. I don't even have a vote.
But, well, neither do I.
Well,
Jaime Garcia having a stellar year.
Well, it was a big 2. Now it's a big 3 in that rotation for St. Louis. Bouncing away. And now a runner in scoring position.
created the term wild pitch. They were talking about this one right here. That's a changeup that Yadier Molina just had no chance of getting in front of. Now, runner in scoring position. Hayward looking for his 68th RBI of the season.
Chop ball. It's flagged down. It's going to be a foul ball, apparently off the foot of Hayward. He kind of gave it away when he started limping.
Let's take a look. See, did it get his front foot or his back foot? Oh, right off the instep. Ow.
How many times a year do you figure that happens to you? I mean,
way too many. Once is too many, but
if you get 500 at bats,
you probably do it at least 30 times.
Wow.
Just take a ball peen hammer and whack yourself in the foot.
All right, be right back.
That's about what it feels like.
Three-two pitch. Missing in. Last 3 weeks, Hayward's on-base percentage mark has been about .560.
Well, for a very young man and a rookie, he's really got an idea of the strike zone, Josh. He controls the strike zone very well. You rarely see him chase pitches that are balls. He laid off a 3-2 changeup right there. And Martin Prado now an opportunity. Here's another 2-out rally for the Braves.
Yeah, you're right about Hayward. How many 21-year-olds have a season where they're going to walk 80 times?
Exactly. That's just something that I think just comes naturally to some players, Josh. I don't think it's just something you can teach. You either have the ability to lay off those tough pitches or you're just a free swinger. Sean Dunston comes to mind. Remember Sean Dunston? You could throw the rosin bag up there, he'd take a whack at it.
For a while, both the shortstops in Chicago of that same vein, Ozzie Guillen.
Ozzie Guillen as well, you're right. All of a sudden now, 3-0 here on Martin Prado.
And Prado, who is second in the National League in hits, instead goes that patient route again. 19 hitters in this game now, Mark, and we'll update it. Still, no first pitch swings in this game.
Dave Duncan going to come out and have a conversation with his right-hander. 48 pitches now with 2 outs in the bottom of the second inning.
They've got a highly respected pitching coach out there. Dave Duncan will see if he can settle it down here. And it's been just take.
Right now, it looks like that's the game plan for the Atlanta Braves. If that ball moves so much by Jake Westbrook, they're just going to let it move out of the strike zone. So far, he's had some trouble. He's walked in the only run that the Atlanta Braves have gotten this afternoon.
Somebody eventually, you figure, is going to swing the bat. Brian McCann is certainly a candidate.
Well, you keep giving free passes. Eventually, it's going to come back and burn you. And Brian McCann has burned many a pitcher over the years. That was a good sinker right at the bottom of the kneecaps to jump ahead there by Westbrook.
At some point, somebody in this game is going to attack a first pitch. Go back to another one of your teammates. Ryan Sandberg was probably the patron saint of always taking that first one, no matter what.
And he, even though he had the green light, 3-0, I think maybe once in his career did he ever swing 3-0. Got a sinker up above the belt and got it past him.
Take you back exactly a month ago. Bases loaded for McCann. And off Jeff Fulcino in Houston. Able to drive one out. McCann does have 20 home runs this year.
The change up that faded out of the zone.
Well, the Braves have fashioned 7 base runners already in 2 innings, Mark, and they've all been with 2 outs.
2 very quick outs here again in the second, and here they go.
In the air and headed towards the crowd. Sky is starting to darken a little bit, by the way. We had a 50-50 shot of thunder showers today into tonight here in Atlanta.
We won't let it rain.
Well, it's too big of a ball game.
It's a huge ball game. You got a plane to catch.
There are worse things, though, than the night off in Atlanta. 2-2. Rolled foul.
Well, that was a good change up there by Westbrook, but it was spoiled by McCann. He was way out in front, but he was able to waste that pitch. And that's just good hitting. If you get the tough pitches, Josh, and you can foul them off, you might make a mistake with the next one.
Pursued in shallow left. Grabbed by Ryan. They are left loaded. Still 1-0. We're coming back after a word from your local Fox station. Gillette, you've got the pitcher leading off but batting 8th in this St. Louis lineup. That's Jake Westbrook.
For some reason, Tony La Russa has been doing that for years. Says he wants more speed in front of Albert Pujols in the 3-hole, so he hits Brendan Ryan 9th. The argument is always, well, go ahead and hit Albert 4th then.
The number 3 and number 4 all-time winningest managers oppose each other in this series. Let's talk more about the managers as we go today. La Russa and Bobby Cox. Tomorrow, the NFL regular season kicking off. You got doubleheader action, beginning with the Panthers and the Giants at the new Meadowlands. Also, you got Lions, Bears, Falcons, Steelers. Check local listings. Then Aaron Rodgers and the Pack taking on the Eagles. Coverage starting tomorrow at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific with the Ford Fox NFL pregame show brought to you by the all-new Ford Edge. Drive one. And again, check your local listings for the games in your area.
Can you believe it's football season already?
It is upon us. The Atlanta Falcons will be opening on the road with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Where are the St. Louis Rams going to be?
They got your Arizona Cardinals tomorrow. Sam Bradford will make that Rams debut. Again, the Falcons will be in Pittsburgh. Ryan with a ground ball base hit in the left. Now, while the Rams are rebuilding, the Cardinals obviously a lot closer to playoff consideration. It's really weird to think that this year there could be a baseball postseason without the Cardinals, without the Dodgers, without the Angels, without the Red Sox.
Yeah.
All of those teams seem to be there these last several years, but could be that none of them get there in 2010.
Yeah, the Angels have had a stranglehold on the American League West for years.
Whoa! That one right into the dugout. A little malfunction at the junction right there. Lee wasn't expecting it. He's 6'5", almost 6'6", and this was way over his head anyway. And Ryan didn't even have a lead.
Dave McKay, the first base coach, was ducking out of the way of it. So now double play no longer in order, and a free 90 feet for Brendan Ryan and the St. Louis Cardinals.
Skip Schumacher, the batter.
Well, right now, Tommy Hanson making wild throws. And this is a really wild one here. Look, there's not even a lead. Just threw it right in the dugout. And then Alex Gonzalez was covering second for a pickoff, and he went to the plate.
Only run of the game on a bases-loaded walk. There's the strike.
The shortstop right there. He wants the pickoff. There's the pickoff, but what happens? You go to the plate. So right now, Tommy Hanson going a little haywire out there on the mound.
And suddenly very concerned about Ryan.
Yeah. Right now, that just shows you that he's a little bit unsure of himself right now when he's making unnecessary pickoff throws, when he's doing those wraparound moves.
Schumacher belts it foul. I mean, Ryan is pesky out there. That's understandable. You got to know who the runner is and know the game situation, but the focus just doesn't seem to necessarily be on Schumacher right now.
And he is pesky, you're right, but he's not Vince Coleman.
Into left field it goes. Melky Cabrera will take it out of the air. And a DirecTV game break. The only way to watch every MLB game in HD. Call 1-800-DirecTV. Your beat, Torrealba, giving San Diego a 1-0 lead against San Francisco. What a great race that is now. Those two teams tied atop the NL West. And the Padres striking first today.
The Petco porch out there in San Diego. That little short corner in right field. Everything else is huge there. NL West, boy.
Here come the Rockies.
Here come the Rockies again in September. It's just what they do.
Strike one to John Jay. And again, not to wear this thing out, but this is remarkable. 24 batters in this game now. Nobody has offered at the first pitch yet.
Truly amazing. Mark McGuire, the hitting coach for the St. Louis Cardinals. I'm sure something in the game plan with his guys is, hey, we got to be patient with this youngster. He's never pitched in a pennant race, and that is Tommy Hansen. Let's see what he's got. So far, he's been awfully good.
This is among the ballparks at which McGuire used to put on those batting practice shows years ago. It's where we first got that phenomenon of seeing foul balls as highlights on your late local news. They'd say, like, today the Cardinals won 16-1. Let's go to the videotape. McGuire crushes one foul. Look how deep this thing gets before it bends 30 feet foul. You never saw highlights of Wayne Gretzky almost score a goal. Or Michael Jordan almost make a basket. Yeah. Outside, 2-2. Oh, and obviously, as baseball in general has transitioned away from that power show, and this is not the time or place to get into the whys or wheres that there may have been a power show, but athleticism, pitching, defense, the premiums are all on that right now. And that's why you look at a team like these Atlanta Braves, and even though their record is kind of borderline right now in terms of whether or not they actually get in, well, they definitely have some athletes on this team.
And you're starting to see more and more teams have a guy that can play first base and center field. Somebody like that. The Tampa Bay Rays come to mind for me. The Texas Rangers. Just very athletic, both offensively and defensively.
Bouncing ball towards second base. And Pujols is left on deck. Braves 1, Cardinals nothing on Fox. Of Major League Baseball in this game today. Bobby Cox against Tony La Russa. It's the Braves against the Cardinals on Fox. The Braves have a 1-0 lead. And Tommy Hansen has kind of pitched in and out of trouble so far. Jake Westbrook had a tough first inning for St. Louis. Cardinals go with Kyle Loesch tomorrow, and therein lies a tale because Loesch will be matched up tomorrow with Tim Hudson on the 1-year anniversary of Tim Hudson's first Major League home run off of Kyle Loesch. And ladies and gentlemen, now to tell us more about all that is Tim Hudson.
Hey, guys.
How are you, Huddy?
I'm good. How are y'all?
What was it, a slider, fastball? What was it? I know you remember.
Yeah, it was a fastball. fastball. I think it's probably the only ball I centered up all year last year.
He can't throw a fastball by you. He's got to know that.
Nah, yeah, I'm sure he can. I just got lucky. Ran into it.
Good. Don't fire him up. Good job. Good job.
Yeah.
Lee is going to foul this one. And for you guys last night, Tim, I mean, obviously every win now counts a little bit, but that's really impressive to come back the way you guys did.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, man, that was a huge win for us. Against a pitcher like Harp, you give him a 3-run lead, it's pretty much bad news for you. And, we was able to fight back and have a couple breaks go our way and put some runs up and have a nice inning. It was lightning in a bottle. I mean, that don't happen too much against him, man. He's such a good pitcher, and especially when he gets a big lead like that.
3-2 to Derek Lee. Hammers it to right. John Jay started in, then had to go back, and he does take care of this one.
Tim, that new elbow of yours is about a year old now? How's it holding up here in September?
It's feeling pretty good. It's feeling good. It's I can't complain with how I feel. My arm feels good. I can tell obviously the innings are starting to build up, but I feel just as good as I did when I was younger. In the early 2000s. So that's all I'm looking for. It's nice to be able to go out there and make every start and give your team a good chance to win.
Nate McLouth comes up next with 1 out. And it appears there will quickly be 2 out. Tim Hudson is on a short list of candidates that at least we put together here for a possible National League Cy Young. And I don't know if you want to stump for your own candidacy or not, Huddy, but...
okay, let's put it this way. Besides you, if you can't vote for yourself, who would you vote for in the Cy Young, Tim?
Man, you know what? I mean, there's so many guys that are that are deserving this year. Halladay, what he's done for Philadelphia has been awesome. He's thrown a perfect game this year, and he's doing it in a great hitter's park up there in Philadelphia. What Jimenez has done in Colorado is unbelievable. That first half he had was really unbelievable. Pitching in that place is not easy for anybody. And he's Latos in San Diego, man. He's had an unbelievable year. I can't believe he didn't make the All-Star team. It was a guy that I thought was more than deserving for the All-Star team, and I think he's he may be sneaking in there as maybe a favorite right now. He's doing well.
Always have Tim Hudson on in like a 7-pitch inning. And keeping with that tradition. Tim, thank you, buddy.
Best
Appreciate
of luck
it.
to you.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
Continued success. Today it's the Braves leading the Cardinals 1-0. Today's game presented by Gillette, sponsored by Napa. Napa Know-How. By DirecTV. Watch your favorite team wherever you live, only on DirecTV. And by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Turner Field and these Atlanta Braves, one game back in the NL East. They've got a 1-0 lead, but here's Albert Pujols. Leading the majors in a handful of things. He's leading the National League in home runs. It's a guy that combines power and grace so beautifully. One and two, the count to him. And he is in the discussion for a possible triple crown here in 2010.
Joey Votto, Carlos Gonzalez out of nowhere. And the Colorado Rockies, again, out of nowhere. Right back in the thick of things.
Little check swing foul by Pujols. Yeah, Votto and the Reds continue to be some kind of story.
They can hit. They got some offense in Cincinnati.
Carlos Gonzalez has been the engine driving Colorado. MVP is going to be a tough call.
Just like the Cy Young, just like the Rookie of the Year. National League, it's all the awards are going right down to the wire.
And even when you talk about favorites for who's your team to represent the National League in the World Series, no clear-cut favorites anywhere.
Yeah, the American League is starting to pretty much come together who you're going to see in the postseason. Texas with a big league in the West, Minnesota playing so well in the Central, and the Yankees and Rays.
On the ground, third base. And Prado takes care of Pujols. Well, we are indeed heading for an amazing finish. And this October, the four best teams will collide in a month of games filled with drama, excitement, and thrills. Coverage of baseball's postseason returning October 16th here on Fox, with the NLCS and the World Series after that. Of course, the Braves had that amazing run, getting to the postseason 14 years straight. Matt Holliday has been there with the Colorado Rockies.
You can start to smell some rain, can't you?
Yeah, and the wind has changed direction here. Holliday testing out Prado again. I'm surprised the lights aren't on at Turner Field. The way it's clouded up.
Wind starting to pick up.
6 ground ball outs now for Hansen, including 2 in this inning, getting a couple guys who are capable of taking the ball real deep. Colby Rasmus seems to have weathered the storm from this past week, Gracie. It seemed like everyone within 100 miles of St. Louis had an opinion as to whether or not he's some sort of malcontent. One definitely gets the sense that Rasmus would just like to slap on some earmuffs and play ball from here on out.
I think you're right. Probably the right thing to do.
Tony La Russa, very vehement when he talks about just dismissing the talk that there was anything close to, hey, it's either him or me around here. So there was no such conversation like that. And the bottom line is there are very few 23, 24-year-old center fielders that have slugging percentages of 500. He's a guy the Cardinals absolutely want to try and keep around. Going to pop out of here. That's a tough part of the order, neutralized by Tommy Hansen. You can catch all the action of the 2010 Major League Baseball postseason on Fox and TBS. The excitement begins October 6th with that division series on TBS. Melky Cabrera leads off for Atlanta. The Braves left the bases loaded in the first and the second. Their lead is just one. That one clubbed foul by Cabrera, the former New York Yankee. And it skips like a stone.
Pinball. Hopefully everybody's okay. Westbrook working fast.
Getting a ground ball. We talked to Tony La Russa as Pujols stays on the bag right there about what's been happening with Jake Westbrook so far today. Let's listen in.
Well, he gets oiled up and then he starts cranking. I think the first inning he looked sharp and just one 0-2 mistake to the third hitter, and boy, that just put him in a bad spot. But when he gets cranking, he's really good.
Your players don't feel like they're out of this thing, do they?
Well, and that's the easy way out. We don't take the easy way out. And we got, there's 3 weeks left to play plus 2 days. I mean, there's a lot of baseball. We're not in a great position, but it's amazing how things can change if you keep playing.
You don't really feel the need to talk to these guys on a day-in, day-out basis, right? I mean, they can pick up the paper and look and see where they are in the standings, yes?
Well, meetings you got to be really careful. They're overrated. If you do them too much, then you got too many problems. We talk all the time as a team, player to player, coach to player, manager, everybody. We talk all the time. We know where we're at.
Tony, good luck to you. Thank you so much.
Best of luck,
Okay.
Skipper.
Thank you.
All right. Well, the Cardinals, 65-49 at one point, 16 games over, and a few games ahead of Cincinnati instead of the 6 games behind them that they are right now. Last road trip was a disaster, Gracie. They were 2-8 in Pittsburgh, Washington, and Houston.
Ouch. If the Cardinals do not make it to the postseason, that'll be that road trip that Cardinal fans and Cardinal players will look at and say, man, we should have done a lot better on that trip than we did. Although the Houston Astros are playing great baseball.
They really are.
Now, the Washington Nationals and Pittsburgh Pirates are not.
Infante taking high. This is not the Cardinals' first September wobble. I think the good thing is they have a manager who is cool under fire. No freakouts, no hand-wringing. Close, but no. Infante is on.
This looks like a strike at the knees. What do you think, folks? I think it's a strike at the knees, but Jim Reynolds, his word is law, and he said ball 4.
And again with Tony La Russa, I think that all is well vibe is something his players certainly appreciate, even when it's not going super well. Chances are excellent that this weekend will mark the last time that Bobby Cox and Tony La Russa stand in opposing dugouts. By the end of this weekend, they'll have managed 162 games against each other. That's the exact equivalent of an entire Major League season. Hayward pops out. We'll come back and tell you a little more about these two great skippers in just a moment. 1-0 Atlanta. 1-0 Atlanta on Fox today, and now to the top of the fifth, and Felipe Lopez got one of the 2 Cardinal hits off Tommy Hanson. Trying to crawl out of a hole that he's dug for himself, batting average in the 230s. Again, that wind picking up. The lights are on now here at Turner Field.
All you had to do was ask for them, Josh.
Squeaky wheel gets the grease. That ball carries pretty well.
Yeah, the wind really starting to blow now.
So, Gracie, we were talking about these 2 managers, are 3rd and 4th all time in terms of wins at the big league level. Tony La Russa says of Bobby Cox, on a scale of 1 to 10, this guy is a 10 in terms of how to go about your business. Gets his team ready to play. He's going to try and beat you. They really play hard with the intention to do just that. They're not about dirty tricks or cheap shots.
No. A lot of respect for each other.
Vacuumed up off the bat of Molina. Derek Lee there for out number 2. Westbrook comes up next. And Bobby Cox, 20 consecutive seasons now managing Atlanta. And during that time, Gracie, the other 4 teams in the NL East have used 27 different managers. It's been Bobby Cox all the way. It's not like he's going, just off to golf or something like that all the time. He's going to be in the front office.
Yeah, he's going to stay in the organization. Bobby will have his hands somewhere in this organization. And Atlanta will be better off for it.
We've said it before about Bobby Cox. He might not have some of the flair of some of his colleagues, doesn't have the playing resume of some of his colleagues, but what he will always have is that run of 14 consecutive division titles in his pocket. I don't see a lot of other people with that on their resume.
I don't know if you'll ever see that again. I really don't.
That's a strike to Westbrook. It's a very short list of guys who have won 2,000 games with one team. On the ground, third base. A bobble. Prado recovers. Bottom of the fifth coming up in Atlanta. And still 1-0. Gillette Odor Shield Antiperspirant help eliminate odor. Don't just cover it up. With Mark Grace, Josh Lewin in Atlanta. The Braves got a bases-loaded walk from Nate McLouth in the bottom of the first. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your offense today. Tommy Hansen and Jake Westbrook, a couple of guys that really have not gotten a lot of run support for their respective teams or from their respective teams.
We are locked smack dab in the middle of a pitcher's duel. An early run for the Braves in the first inning, and that has been it.
Martin Prado. And again, remarkable how many times we've seen a first pitch being taken today. It's worked well for Prado. Single and a walk. And now another single.
Oh, just so pretty there from Prado.
He might be the Braves' best all-around player this year, Grace. He's hit all over the batting order. But for the most part, when he's been locked in, the Braves seem to win.
That's exactly right. He did a beautiful job. That fastball was bearing down right on his belly button. He kept his hands real close to his chest and drove it over to the right side for a base hit.
McCann, a first pitch swing, a rarity today. It goes well. Runners at the corners and nobody out. Schumacher never really got tracked for that one.
Well, the Cardinals were playing McCann to pull the baseball. He hits the perfect routine ground ball you'd think would be a double play, but no. Schumacher really playing and pull. He can't get to that ball to his right now. The Braves are first and third, nobody out. Looking to open it up a little bit here in their half of the fifth inning.
First time the Braves have had a runner with less than 2 outs in this game. Now they've got a pair of them. Derek Lee hits it in the air, down and foul into the right field seats.
Well, Westbrook just challenged the big fella, went fastball right down the middle, and he threw it by Lee. He beat him with it.
You might have seen that score pop out. The Mets now leading the Phillies by 2. And the Braves trying to extend their lead.
Oh, what a pitch to the outside corner. Derek Lee could do nothing but watch it pass. Perfect pitch there from Westbrook. Cardinal infielders are back. They're going to concede the run and try to get the double play. He dropped down a little bit on that one and yanked it way out of the zone there, Josh.
And Lee given this opportunity to extend the lead with Prado and McCann aboard. Back to the mound. Got him there, got him there.
Wow.
And Prado nowhere to go. Has to retreat to third. Boy, that is making your pitch.
Boy, that is making your pitch. Then Prado just stayed at third base. Westbrook never even checked him, but he stayed at third base. And now Westbrook in a big-time opportunity to get out of a huge mess here in the fifth.
Facing the man with the only RBI today, though he never did swing the bat, Nate McLouth.
You're taught as a runner on third base, you're breaking on any ground ball. Go ahead and let him turn the double play. But you've got to go. And now if they decide to cut you down at the plate, at least you got 2 more runners out there.
Right, you'd have 2 on and 1 out.
Exactly.
At that point.
But Prado stayed at third base. Bobby Cox can't be happy with that.
Westbrook continues to walk that high wire. Been a busy few days for him. Just became a daddy for the 3rd time a couple days ago. His wife, Heather, giving birth to a baby girl, Harper. Now facing McLouth, and McLouth got him. And the ball takes forever in that corner. McLouth hightails it towards third. A guy that had 15 runs batted in all year now has 3 of them in the last 24 hours.
And both of them today. What a huge hit. Boy, a 2-out backbreaker. Change up, stays in the middle of the plate. McLouth goes down and digs it out and gets it past a sprawling Albert Pujols. What a huge momentum builder for the Braves.
As recently as 2008, Nate McLouth, a .276 hitter. This one fouled off the bat of Gonzalez. And that year in Pittsburgh, it was just 2 years ago, Gracie, 46 doubles, 26 home runs. He drove in close to 100. But he hasn't had a sniff of anything like that here in 2010.
Well, Bobby Cox would love to get Nate McLouth hot down the stretch. That way Prado, McCann, and Fonte, they'd have a little company.
Now, we talked about it earlier with Chipper Jones not in the lineup, and with Derek Lee not quite Derek Lee yet as an Atlanta Brave, and we saw that this inning. Somebody else has got to step up. Nate McLouth seemed like not an obvious candidate with a batting average of 180. But boy, the last 2 nights he's been right there. Little flare to right. John Jay has got it. The Braves have added to their lead. Nate McLouth with both runs batted in today. Fuel, prepare to win. By Verizon, the signal is yours. Wield it to transmit anything you want. Verizon. And by Chevrolet, every model is backed by a 100,000-mile, 5-year powertrain limited warranty. A 2-0 lead for the Braves today. I guess there's passes for run support for Tommy Hanson. He opens up here with Brendan Ryan in the 6th inning.
Yeah, Tommy Hanson's got to feel like he's opening up presents on Christmas with 2 runs through 6 innings.
hold the unwrapping, though. Into right field is Brendan Ryan.
What a really good play by Jason Hayward to hold Ryan to first base. Nice piece of hitting there as well.
He's got 2 of the 3 St. Louis hits now.
Looked like a slider. It was. Well, Ryan just goes down and drives it. Nice play there, cutting the ball off and keeping Brendan Ryan at first base. If that ball gets by Hayward, Ryan's on third base. But instead, the double play's in order.
Top of the order, Schumacher. These Cardinals finishing a killer stretch, 17 of 20 on the road. Had a lead yesterday, couldn't hold it, lost 8-6. Cardinals go home from here after a game tomorrow. We got the Cubs and the Padres.
Big pitch here for Hanson. A 2-0 pitch, probably going to be a fastball. Let's see what he goes with.
They keep Ryan close first. Remember how concerned Hanson was last time that Ryan was on base. Threw over there and actually threw it away.
That's exactly right. This is a fastball count, and that's what McCann wants. Needs to execute it to the outside corner. Should be a good pitch to hit.
Ryan goes. There is the base hit in the left. You called it. And there was contact at second base with Gonzalez.
And now Tony La Russa is coming out, and he's going to say there was interference. That was an amazing, a huge decoy there by Alex Gonzalez. But you can see Ryan has no idea where it is. Tony La Russa is going to come out and have a talk with Mike DeMuro, the second base umpire, to see if there was some interference there. What he's asking right there is, he's saying he faked a tag on him and put his glove on his body, and he's saying that is obstruction. Now watch is okay. You put your hand on him right there. Once you put your hand on him, but I think what Mike DeMuro is saying is he was not hindering him from going to third base. He might have been hindering him from going back to second.
The deke itself was what, I mean, if there was a thought about going from second to third, I think it was translated by the act of the decoy. But you're right, you're still not supposed to actually reach out and touch.
There's Alex Gonzalez right there in the middle of your screen.
We'll try to get you a better look at it in just a second, show it to you again. Meantime, it's 2 on. And John Jay with the opportunity. Pujols on deck.
I was going to say, big old number 5 on deck, licking his chops. Let's see if we can get a better look at the decoy by Alex Gonzalez on Brendan Ryan. Ryan's still out there talking with Mike DeMuro, the second base umpire.
Now, the play's in front of him. He can't really find the ball. He's looking, look at him. He looks down on the glove like, all right, you touch me.
What are you doing?
Do you have the ball, though? Am I out? High fly ball to left. It keeps the double play in order. Pujols capable of taking one out. We'll have that opportunity. Speaking of taking one out, how about Jose Reyes getting that done? Our DirecTV game break. As the Mets take a 2-0 lead, Reyes some muscle going up her tank.
Wow.
The only way to watch every MLB game in HD, call 1-800-DIRECTV. Again, the Phillies started the day with a 1-game lead on Atlanta.
A lot of Atlanta people very happy to see Jose Reyes hit that ball in the upper deck. Huge out there for Hanson. A first pitch out and an unproductive out, but Big Albert Pujols now representing the go-ahead run.
First pitch breaking ball. And Hanson's done a nice job with Pujols today, getting him to ground to third base twice.
He'd love another ground ball here, but Pujols in these situations give pitchers ulcers.
Another ground ball near third. It's by third. And Pujols delivers. 1 run is in. Here comes another. The Cardinals have tied it here in the 6th inning.
Cardinal fans do travel.
And Pujols does deliver. He's now got another 100 RBI season.
Fastball in. He grounds it past Martin Prado, who's playing way off the line. Prado gives it everything he's got, but by the time Melky Cabrera corrals it and gets it in, 2-run score. Now Matt Holliday with an opportunity to give the Cardinals the lead.
Anytime you can say move over Lou Gehrig, that's pretty impressive. That is now the 10th year in a row for Pujols. The 30/100 and the 300 batting average. Got to keep that 300 batting average now the rest of the way, but
I have a feeling he will.
I think you're probably right. Matt Holliday, a .304 hitter himself. Only guy with 40 doubles. Runner going second to third. Albert Pujols. Boy, that's daring, and he's out in a tie game. Tony La Russa's out to have a conversation with Tim Welke at third.
I think Tony, if he sees the replay, he'll see that Albert was thrown out here. Yeah, the tag got down there in plenty of time.
Let's see if he tags the dirt or tags the leg.
I think he's out. The throw beats him by about 7 or 8 feet. He's out.
Close though, on the shin.
Well, that is a huge gamble by Pujols.
Boy, no kidding. With Holliday at the plate. You were talking earlier, Mark, about you got to be darn sure if you're swinging 3-0. And I would think same rules apply. You got to be darn sure you can grab that bag if it's 2-2 in the 6th inning and you got a Holliday coming up.
You got a guy that's going to drive in 100 runs in Holliday, yeah. You almost have to be able to steal it standing up.
Another one down near third. We'll check today's game summary brought to you by Verizon. For more information on today's game and the latest in Major League Baseball news, just go to foxsports.com, powered by MSN. Add to all that the 2 RBI double by Pujols to get this thing even up. Boy, still a little bit stunned with,
Me too.
With Pujols trying to grab that bag over there.
That was a huge break for Hanson. Facing Holliday now with the bases empty. Missed inside with a breaking ball.
It's funny how that goes. When gambles pay off, everybody says, boy, what a play. What a heads up.
What a heads up smart play. Very rarely do you point out things that maybe Albert Pujols did wrong. And he can steal bases now, Josh.
Taken, and that's it for Holliday. Pujols, kind of a give and take inning. 2 RBI double, but then out at third base. Here for Chief Master Sergeant Sean Ashley, honored as the hometown hero here in Atlanta today.
Please welcome home our hometown hero from Warner Robins Air Force Base, Chief Master Sergeant Sean Ashley.
Oh, these fans really,
that was cool.
Yeah, it was, and these fans really did make him feel.
Oh, this place erupted.
A 2-2 ball game going. Chief Ashley, by the way, Gulf War veteran. Operation Desert Storm, Desert Shield, Enduring Freedom, just returned from Operation Iraqi Freedom. And obviously on today, of all days, we do kind of stop down and celebrate the enduring American values.
Standing ovation.
Melky Cabrera, little chopper. And one out here in the 6th. A lot of hands to shake. A lot of people want to say thank you.
All our men and women serving in the military, protecting our freedoms. Josh and I thank you.
So the players out there in the field today wearing those special Stars and Stripes caps. Fouled by Hansen. And Major League Baseball doing a nice job. All the teams today wearing those hats just to kind of draw attention. Observing September 11 as a national day of service and remembrance. Hansen disposed of. That's 3 straight retired now by Westbrook since that 2-out triple by McLouth. And those hats, by the way, those caps worn by these players available at retail, online, MLB.com. All the proceeds benefiting the Welcome Back Veterans Foundation.
I like them. I'm a fan of them. I like those hats.
Top of the order here, it's Omar Infante. And again, on a day where almost everybody's taken that first pitch, here's Infante just kind of defiantly stepping out of the box. I'm not even going to think about swinging here.
Taking all the way as well right there. Working very fast. Infante steps out. Not so fast there, Mr. Westbrook. I love playing behind guys like Westbrook.
I bet. Infante shoots it to right. It's going to drop down. Remember, the 6th inning was a big inning for Atlanta yesterday. They cobbled together 4 hits in a row.
Just a breaking ball out over it. Stays up around thigh high, and he just drives it over to the right side. He's got that almost down to a science. Lets the ball travel. He just swats it the other way, and that gives big Jason Hayward an opportunity here.
Well, as often as Infante keeps getting on, and as hot as Hayward has been, that gives the Braves some hope now if they can start to score some runs down the stretch. Jake Westbrook from right here in Georgia, grew up in the little town of Danielsville. Madison County High School, about 85 or 90 miles from here. You better believe his dream growing up was to one day pitch for the Braves. Instead, now he pitches against them. Says he grew up wanting to be Greg Maddux.
I think a lot of guys his age wanted to be number 31.
Runner goes. And the throw down is going to be in time. No chance for Hayward to swing the bat.
Don't mess with Yadier.
We'll return after a word from your local Fox station. Back to Fox Saturday Baseball, presented by Gillette. Clouding up in Atlanta. The wind has died down, though. In fact, it's now pretty impressive, as a matter of fact.
That's cooled off nicely.
But the humidity has stuck around. Rasmus leads it off, Lopez to follow. Now, some curious base running in the last 10 minutes or so in this game. Pujols was on the move. That didn't work out. Infante was on the move. And that's what ended the bottom of the 6th inning.
And getting thrown out stealing when you got 2 of your more productive hitters as that one skied into shallow left field.
And with Cabrera wanting little to do with that, Gonzalez took over. Holiday was at the plate, and Pujols decides a very daring maneuver to try to steal third. Then with Jason Hayward up, no chance to deliver the RBI.
So that's the thing with in that situation, with Jason Hayward up, if you're Infante, you're kind of in scoring position. He can hit a ball in the gap. He can hit a ball over the boards. Whereas I understand what Albert was doing. Albert was trying to get to third base with 1 out. That way maybe he could score on a sacrifice fly or score on a ground ball. But you do hate to make outs on the base paths when you got 2 of your more productive hitters in the batter's box.
On Hayward, as we've talked about, nobody hotter in the majors in terms of a batting average the last 3 weeks. Love to see him get that chance to unlock a 2-2 tie. Outside to Lopez. First time we've seen action in either bullpen. Venters and Moylan for Atlanta. Pitch count getting up near 90. Breaking ball. Lopez knew that was going to be strike 3.
Just a big old breaking ball. Rips it right down Broadway, and Lopez knew it.
That's 5 strikeouts now for Hansen, adding to his team lead.
Both Westbrook and Hansen have been very impressive here this afternoon, Josh.
And again, since the All-Star break, both of them have ERAs of around 2 or 3. They're just not winning a lot.
Once again, we go back to the Cardinal Big Three. And their record very good when the Big Three pitches, but those other 2 spots have been a bit of a black hole for the Cardinals.
If Molina is able to get on, that would spell the end of the afternoon for Jake Westbrook, because Randy Wynn has come out on deck. Chopped foul. Nate McLeod has both of the runs batted in for Atlanta. Albert Pujols on 1 swing. Pujols driving in the 2 for St. Louis. Some of you might see the Cardinals next week on Fox. And again, for the Cardinals, probably an easier portal into the postseason if they can catch Cincinnati, because that's only 1 team they got to catch. They're about the same amount back in the wild card race, but they have to hurdle 4 teams.
Yeah, that's what makes it so difficult. You're hoping 4 teams have to lose. Instead, it's much easier to gain on 1 team, and that would be the Cincinnati Reds.
The Reds pulled one out in 13 innings last night. Hansen deals and gets the comebacker.
He's been impressive.
These 2 teams to the 7th inning stretch. And again today on September 11th, Major League Baseball and all 30 clubs joining the White House and observing today is a national day of service and remembrance. We'll keep it right here. And the singing of God Bless America.
I'd like all of our guests to please rise and sing along as we celebrate America's freedom with the singing of God Bless America, performed by Atlanta opera tenor Timothy Miller.
While the storm clouds gather
far across the sea, let us swear allegiance
to land that's free.
Let us all be grateful
for a land so fair,
as we raise our voices in a solemn prayer.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
By Gillette, sponsored by the new Lexus 2011 IS, wheeled precision. By Progressive, making insurance better. And by One A Day Men's, the official multivitamin of Major League Baseball, specifically formulated for men. The new pitcher for St. Louis, that is Big Dennis Reyes, and he opens up with Jason Hayward. One at bat for Hayward, lifetime against Reyes, and it was a home run.
Reyes, a veteran. Got a fastball. It still moves very well and a very good breaking ball. diving down and away from left-handed hitters.
Jake Westbrook went the first 6. And he pitched around to 7 hits and 5 walks. There you see the numbers for the guy they used to call the Big Sweat when he pitched in Minnesota.
He's had himself a good career.
Hayward down the right field line. He did it to him again. The lefty faces the lefty. That seems to set up well for Tony La Russa, but Hayward had other intentions.
Fastball down and in. He goes down and just clubs it just enough to get over the boards. And the Braves surge right back into the lead. Going back to the inning before, that reason right there is why you don't get thrown out stealing with a productive hitter at the plate, because you're in scoring position.
What a run down the stretch here for Jason Hayward. And we were talking right off the top today, Gracie, about how the Braves are going to need somebody to just kind of get going, take over offensively. We thought maybe a veteran like Derek Lee. Could it be a 21-year-old that gets it done instead? Jason Hayward.
I think it sure could well be Jason Hayward. As the torch eventually gets passed from Chipper Jones, it's going to get passed to Jason Hayward. 3-1 now on Martin Prado.
Only 3 home runs all year off of lefties other than Dennis Reyes for Hayward. But now he's gotten Reyes twice. We'll show it to you again.
Boy, the head stays right down on it. Look at the head, the eyes, right on the baseball. That is just textbook for all you young hitters out there. And then he swings through the ball, not to the ball, but through it. And out it goes.
That's the opposite of what Hayward just did. Reyes, a nice play to get Prado.
Look at the Big Sweat bouncing around out there on the mound.
Brian McCann comes up next. Chevrolet honors the spirit of community, supporting the 2010 Roberto Clemente Award. And your nominee for the Atlanta Braves is Brian McCann. Albert Pujols for the Cardinals. Cast your vote. Chevy.com/Clemente. You could win a trip to the 2010 World Series. You'll see the on-field announcement of the national winner. Now, 2 guys who give of their time very, very freely. McCann and Pujols.
2 of the better men in the game. Back-to-back sliders, back-to-back swings and misses.
Check out some of the other scores. The Mets still leading the Phillies 2-0. Boy, San Diego, another 1-0 game with San Francisco. Went the other way yesterday. Got him. You can see why Reyes usually is very tough, lefty versus lefty.
Well, he's got one of the better sliders still in the game. Watch it start middle of the plate, and then it's just gone. Beautifully executed there by Dennis Reyes. Tony La Russa is on his way out to the mound. He's going to make a change.
3-2. Atlanta's got the lead on Fox. Takes over on the mound and is greeted by Derek Lee, who rifles it right up the alley. On his way to second base. Well, they bring in Reyes to face Hayward. They go and get Mott to face Lee, and just not happening.
Mott challenges Derek Lee with a fastball right down Broadway, and Derek Lee was waiting for it and just ambushed the very first pitch. Fastball middle. Lee hammers it in the gap. He'll leave for a pinch runner.
That is Rick Ankiel, the former St. Louis Cardinal. They're going to be minus the defensive Lee now,
which is interesting. It's a Gold Glove first baseman, and they're going to walk Nate McLouth, who's driven in a couple of runs here. Pitch to Alex Gonzalez, who's on deck.
That's quite a comeback of a couple of days here for Nate McLouth. Starting to rain now.
Big drops.
Yeah, we saw just some sprinkles earlier, but now a great big gray cloud just sitting right on top of us. It's funny, you can see blue skies out beyond center field. But coming from over the first base grandstand, here comes the rain. Tim Welke is the crew chief. He will decide if the two teams indeed keep playing on or not.
Jason Mott, the hard thrower. He can run it up there in the high 90s at times. He's had himself another good season. Kind of squirrely out there on the mound is Jason Mott.
Spent some time on the DL last month. That ball popped up by Gonzalez into the crowd. Home run number 17 for Jason Hayward is the difference right now. Again, every loss for St. Louis from here on is a problem.
It's a crushing blow.
Little check swing foul here.
95 miles an hour right in on the hands of Gonzalez. Mott, a high energy guy.
Caught everyone's attention a couple of years ago. Had 217 strikeouts in the minors in just about 160 innings. Up too high.
Mott was signed as a catcher. And he decided to probably should go to the pitch, which means one thing. He couldn't hit. So go ahead and get on the mound. Use that great arm.
Another foul from Gonzalez. Well, the game sets up interestingly now for St. Louis. Obviously, pinch hitters are always a possibility. You've got 8-9-1 coming up in the 8th inning. Even if nothing really happens there, it sets up for the 9th for Pujols and Holiday.
That's exactly right.
Rain is let up, by the way.
Trying to get on the same page here. Mott and Molina. In a one-run game, this is no time for guesswork, so go on out and talk about it. Get on the same page.
Again, the Cardinals are 6 games back in the NL Central, 5 in the loss column, though. Braves and Phillies still head-to-head 6 times with each other, including the last 3 games of the year right here. Inside 2-2. Johnny Vetter still loosening for Atlanta.
Hard throwing left-hander.
Ripping a foul by Gonzalez. A trading out of shortstops with Toronto. Escobar going to the Blue Jays. Gonzalez seems to be a bit more with the program here for Bobby Cox. That helps out. He's also obviously got some postseason experience, which
exactly right.
Escobar does not have. With 2 on, the 2-2. Got him. So the inning ends with the Hayward homer as Atlanta back on top of St. Louis. Today it's 3-2 on Fox. During this baseball season. Join the fight by texting CURE to 27722. You can donate $10. Help the cause, bcrfcure.org for more information. Johnny Vetter's now on the mound, and a pinch hit, base hit. Nick Stavanoa comes off the bench, and right away the tying man is on. Got a whole bunch of changes to tell you about. Rick Ankiel in center. Freddie Freeman just up from AAA in the game at first base now. Right into the heat of a pennant race. And it is Johnny Vetter's now on the mound.
Johnny Vetter's having a marvelous year. Throws in the mid-90s with some serious sink. Gets a lot of ground balls and strikeouts. But he gave up a leadoff base hit, and the tying run is on.
Chance for Ryan, who's had a real nice afternoon going, 2 for 2. A very solid afternoon for Tommy Hanson today in his first career start against St. Louis. Now the Braves bullpen trying to hold that lead, 3-2 in the 8th. Vetters breaking into the big leagues back in April, in the game that he got into, his debut, he was certainly overshadowed. That was the Ubaldo Jimenez no-hitter. Vetters has got it, sets his feet and fires. That's the only out they'll get. The takeout slide does the trick.
Stamanoa going in hard. That's some old school baseball right there, Josh Lewin. It's just chopped back to the mound. And Vetters took his time, what you're supposed to do, take your time and make a good throw.
He's built like a football player, 6'2", 240, native Texan.
Well, you know he played football if he's went to high school in Texas. Look at him going in hard. You ain't turning a double play when I'm out here. Nothing dirty about it. Just good, hard baseball.
Tyler Green will come up to pinch hit now. Get the righty up there instead of Skip Schumacher. One of the strengths of Vetters, you mentioned him keeping the ball down. That sometimes leads to that double play.
You've got good sink and you've got good stuff. You're always just one pitch away from being out of an inning with that double play ball. You see it a lot with Jake Westbrook of the Cardinals. Brandon Webb comes to mind.
Inside, and it hit him. Double play is still in order, but now you've got that tying man in scoring position.
Well, it goes a hit by pitch.
Hey, Gracie, while we have just a moment, this week, as I know you know, the Fox Sports family lost a real good friend.
Yes, we did.
Our good buddy Mark Wagner was a fixture over the years here on Fox Saturday in playoff baseball. Stats man, mostly aside Tom Brenneman. Daddy Wags, a lifelong Cincinnati resident, also worked countless events nationally, helping to document some great sports moments in the Queen City and nationwide for several decades. Mark Wagner, one of the most likable people you'd ever want to meet, was 54.
That infectious smile, I'm going to miss it every day. Rest in peace, my friend.
And have Pedro Feliz to pinch hit. And the ball has gotten loose. They'll call time and go retrieve that. But Pedro Feliz kind of making a tour of the National League, time zone by time zone here, Grace. He's played for the Giants, the Phillies, now the Astros and the Cardinals. This was a guy that certainly contributed in Philly. Was there just long enough to go to 2 straight World Series.
Homered in the World Series last year.
Get the right-hand bat up there against Vetters.
One thing Pedro Feliz will not do is walk. He is up there free swinging. He's gotten a lot of big hits in his career.
His home run totals have been dropping the last several years, but he's still capable of taking one out. A quiet slugger, so quiet, in fact, it took him 4 years to tell the Giants organization they were spelling his name wrong. For his first several minor league seasons, he was Felix. They thought he was Pedro Felix.
Like Junior Felix.
Yeah, no, but this is a totally different guy. Feliz, which in Spanish is happy, right? And the Cardinals trying to ride that wave here. Grab a lead in the 8th inning here in Atlanta.
They're just having trouble finding the strike zone.
There's the ground ball. Oh, and a bobble. I think you were thinking, does he have enough time to get 2? But you were at least assuming 1, and instead it was 0. Martin Prado losing the handle.
Well, the great John Wooden, the Wizard of Westwood, had a saying, be quick, but don't hurry. Prado gets in a hurry right there in his haste to get to the double play. He forgets to grab the baseball. In this situation, really all you need is to get that force out at second base. Go ahead and get one out. Instead, he got in a hurry, and now the bases are loaded with one out.
And it just so happens that it's Albert Pujols about to bat. 3-2 Atlanta, pitching change coming. That looks dicey right now. You got the bases loaded, just one out. In front of this big crowd today, they're going to watch Albert Pujols step in there against Peter Moylan, getting into his 73rd game of the year already. He's been a kind of an Iron Man for them now for a few years.
He's a guy, when he comes to the ballpark, he pretty much knows he's going to pitch that day. He just doesn't know what the situation is. And right now, he has inherited a mess. Bases loaded, one out, and the best player in the National League in the batter's box.
Pujols has driven in the 2 runs for St. Louis today. There have been a couple of potential double plays this inning, not turned by these Atlanta Braves. And now because of that, bases loaded for Pujols.
This is why we watch this game. Encounters like this. Moylan, the right-handed specialist, and Pujols.
Got him to ground it slowly towards short. There's one. Not in time. The game is tied. Ryan came across pumping his fist, looking down at first and hoping that Pujols had the speed to get there, and he did. Just too slowly hit to turn 2.
Well, Moylan gets what he wants. He gets the ground ball. It's just not hit very hard. A nice play by Gonzalez to get the lead runner. Infante does the best he can, but Pujols gets down the line, and we are tied.
All 3 runs batted in by who else?
Now Moylan gets the next piece of poison, and that is Matt Holliday.
Who had a 3 RBI game yesterday. Another ground ball.
Pretty good job by Moylan, wouldn't you say?
Boy, that error really hurt. An unearned run. This game is tied. Antiperspirant, help eliminate odor, don't just cover it up. Also by Dairy Queen. And by Warner Brothers Pictures, The Town, in theaters everywhere, September 17th. All kinds of changes as we go on to the bottom of the 8th inning. Stavanoa stays in the game. He'll be in right for St. Louis. It was his hit that got everything going in the top of the 8th. Feliz stays in the game at third. That bumps Lopez over to second. And the big change is out there on the mound. I'll tell you about the new St. Louis pitcher here. Melky Cabrera will be the batter. Breaking ball from Ryan Franklin. His 53rd game of the season. Nothing to save right here, obviously. Just trying to keep this thing 3-3.
Trying to just restore order. Keep the momentum on his side.
That ball's spinning, and it's called foul at the last moment.
As you said, it did have some spin on it. This is a great shot right here. It's fair, it's fair, it's fair. It's foul.
Young Freddie Freeman waits on deck. He's only got one big league hit. Now these Braves, who have been best in baseball since the end of April, will have to be among the best the last 3 weeks to be playing on in October. They have coughed up leads today of 2-0 and 3-2. The last two at-bats for Albert Pujols, cashed in on by St. Louis. That bobble by Prado at third, setting up the opportunity for Pujols' last inning. That ball flicked into the crowd.
Cabrera spoiling some good pitches from Ryan Franklin.
That big rain cloud has moved on out of here.
Thankfully.
Another foul from Cabrera. Well, 5 of the first 6 pitches from Franklin have been strikes. Just hasn't been able to finish off Cabrera quite yet. Another ground ball. Pujols with a backhand. Kind of a lob toss over there. Footballs will be fired with greater velocity on Fox tomorrow. The Fox NFL Sunday with your pregame coverage setting you up. The Ford Fox NFL pregame show is brought to you by the all-new Ford Edge. Drive one and tune in tomorrow at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Some old faces and new places this season, and our guys will get you ready for that. Is Freddie Freeman ready for all this?
Man, I don't know. Sounds like a used car dealer or something, doesn't it?
Hi, friends. Come on down to Freddie Freeman's.
Yeah.
Great numbers at AAA this year. Boy, turns on that. Drills it foul. He was the International League Rookie of the Year.
Well, that's a nice swing he puts on. He's way out in front of a breaking ball. And that swing's going to get this young man a lot of hits. Oh, what a change up there from Ryan Franklin.
Freeman didn't really think he was going to see that same pitch again, did he?
Exactly. That's what they do up here in the big leagues. He's going to throw it again. That same changeup.
Gets away. Freeman taken off. And he will get to first base as it popped away from Molina. What a break for Atlanta.
Well, you rarely see Yadier Molina just flat out miss one, but he does. That'll go as a pass ball. That's swing and a miss, strike 3. And Freeman being heads up, he just takes off and takes a free 90 feet, and that's going to turn the lineup over. You just see it, he just flat out missed it. Huge break for the Braves.
Well, Freeman 1 day shy of his 21st birthday. Little early gift right there. And Omar Infante, who's had a big afternoon, is going to be the batter. Infante's been on base 41 of the last 43 games for Atlanta. Just a very steady man up there. And again, once he gets those requisite plate appearances, he's going to be right there in the conversation for batting title.
Yeah, he will. 2 more hits here this afternoon.
All that talk about a possible triple crown this year, whether it be Votto or Gonzalez or Pujols, but you can forget about it if Infante ends up with the best batting average.
If he ends up hitting 343 like he is as we speak. He's got another fastball thrown right by him.
That one tailing away. 2 singles and a walk for Infante, but also that caught stealing in the 6th inning. Taking the bat out of the hands of Hayward. Got him. Fastballs towards the outside. And a DirecTV game break. Giants and the Padres. Check out how this one ends. They strike him out, throw him out. Yorvi Torrealba with Posey at the plate. A 1-0 win for San Diego. The only way to watch every Major League Baseball game in HD is on DirecTV. Give them a call at 1-800-DirecTV. 2 1-0 games
back to
in
back.
that series. Yep. Now here is Jason Hayward. Snap throw by Molina. Trying to surprise the youngster. He may have been surprised, but he was back in time.
Pitch called a strike. He's just staying close to the bag as Pujols in case Yadier's just got the green light to throw. There was no sign, no anything.
Hayward accounting for the most recent Atlanta run with home run number 17 right down the right field line. Off a tough lefty, Dennis Reyes. RBI number 68 for Hayward. Braves now out hitting the Cardinals 9-6. Another ground ball. Pujols has got it and just flips it along to second base. The Braves and the Cardinals will go to the 9th. Both teams feeling like they need a win here. It's all tied up. game, and I guess kind of underlining the sense of urgency. Both managers now, 2 future Hall of Fame managers, you figure, with La Russa and Bobby Cox here today. Mark race they go, and both of them now in a tie game go ahead and get their closers out there. That will define that sense of urgency that we're talking about.
We talked about pennant races. They're playing big games in September, and now you can see how desperately both managers need to win this game. Tony La Russa goes to Ryan Franklin in a tie game, and now countering Bobby Cox with his closer, Billy Wagner, here.
Wagner opens up against Rasmus. A sterling season for Wagner, 1.53 ERA.
Beautiful slider there. Rasmus way out in front.
Gets to open with a lefty. And then the guy on deck, Lopez. Now, he has owned Lopez in the past to the tune of 0 for 10. Rasmus hasn't gotten the ball out of the infield yet today. Unusual, because so far in games against the Atlanta Braves, the team he grew up rooting for, he has killed them.
He's hammered them. You're exactly right. And it doesn't get any easier now with Billy Wagner, one of the all-time great closers.
Knocked out of play by Rasmus.
Still got that explosive fastball. That one at 96. Billy Wagner routinely threw the ball over 100 miles an hour in his younger days.
Two balls, 2 strikes. And Atlanta in the bottom of the 9th. Going to have a Prado, McCann, the 3 and 4 hitters. Three balls, 2 strikes. We'll give Rasmus some credit, going from 0-2 to 3-2, trying to give Lopez his shot, maybe just to bunt it.
That's exactly right. He's done a good job of battling back and getting himself in a hitter's count. Let's see what Wagner goes with. Looks like a slider. All right, missed with the fastball. Wow. Heck of an at-bat by the youngster. Showing the old warhorse a thing or two.
Well, and again, Lopez, when swinging the bat against Wagner, it's never gone well. Now he's got a chance to get up there and bunt instead of swing. Rasmus doesn't walk a ton, by the way. It's just his 30th all year. Bunt is shown, strike is taken.
It looked to me like Felipe Lopez waited way too long before squaring around, and I would imagine that's what Jose Oquendo, the secret weapon, going to come down and tell him, hey, you're not bunting for a base hit. You're just sacrificing.
If there is a fundamentals police, that is your first wave right there is Oquendo.
You can see Lopez squared that time much earlier on the throw to first base.
While the Phillies are trying to come back against the Mets. Cardinals trying to overtake the Braves. And some attention being paid over there to Rasmus. He does have 10 steals this year, does Rasmus.
Right now, I would imagine Tony La Russa content to just have Lopez bunt him over. You want to bunt this ball to the first baseman if you can help it.
Instead, it's back towards the pitcher. Wagner thought about second base and instead delivers over to first.
Beautifully done. Beautifully done there by Felipe Lopez.
Sets it up for Molina now. Well, two guys who have had a taste of the postseason before and want to get there again. Molina and Wagner will battle here, that go-ahead man at second base. Mentioned the Phillies coming back. Now a 4-3 game in the 8th in New York. Now Molina, as you may know, I mean, he puts the ball in play. Statistically, one of the toughest men to strike out in baseball every year. Find a hole somewhere here. Get Rasmus around and in.
Called it inside. Wagner wanted it.
Boy, Molina has sure progressed the last several years. As recently as 06, Gracie, he had the lowest batting average of any everyday catcher in baseball. That is not going to happen again. Shoots it to right field. That ball heading near the track. Going to be a runner at third and 2 out. Nick Stavanoa will be the batter.
And now if you're Brian McCann, catcher for the Braves, you've got to be a wall and keep everything in front of you. Billy Wagner, one of those good sliders. He can tend to bounce them sometimes.
Big chance for the big Texan now. Stavanoa steps out. If indeed it's Ryan Franklin in the bottom of the 9th, it would be only the 5th time this year that he's been asked to pitch 2 full innings. And if he's back on the mound with the lead, that's something he is accustomed to for sure.
Boy, he just threw that one right by Nick Stavanoa.
Yep, straight on gas to make it 0-2.
Stavanoa thought it was way inside. It was inside, but it wasn't way inside. Braves fans getting very loud.
He got him. And the Braves now can win it in the bottom of the 9th. To get that to 24 right now, as they've got a chance to win it walk-off style in the bottom of the 9th. Already a 50-20 record here at home with that tomahawk chop. And the fans, boy, in unison doing it right now. 40,000 plus in Atlanta watching on, wondering who's going to be the hero. Martin Prado begins the inning. McCann is on deck. Ryan Franklin, tall order out there. He's on for his 2nd inning of relief.
This is baseball's version of next basket wins. The heart of the order for Ryan Franklin to have to deal with.
Prado's been on base 3 times. 2nd in the National League in hits. Then McCann and then Enkiel in this inning. Inside.
Prado was diving out there looking to hit the ball to right field, and Franklin just straightened him right up with a fastball in.
Caught that inside corner. Prado didn't like it.
You be the judge at home, even though it doesn't hit the glove. Looks like that might have got the plate, don't you think?
Pretty close. That one blew towards center. Caught on the run by Lopez.
Well, what a great jump. And Lopez showed some great closing speed as well.
That's a guy with a bad knee going all out. Count the steps. Got to be about 10 or 12 of them. And he sticks the landing.
He sure did. That was a huge play to rob Martin Prado of a leadoff base hit.
Now Brian McCann. Lines it foul. Looks like he has shaken off the effects of an 0 for 16. Couple of hits yesterday, couple more today. We wondered earlier if when the Braves pinch ran for Derek Lee in the 7th inning, if that might be a big deal or not. Lee's spot is next, and instead it's Ankiel, the former Cardinal. And Keel has struck out in each of his last 9 trips to the plate. Obviously, he's capable of some big things, but right now it's just not happening. Derek Lee is a spectator. The Cardinals have only 6 hits today. One of those was a clutch ground ball double, driving in 2 by Pujols. Checking his swing. And indeed, Tim Welke says so. Big power numbers, as always, for McCann. He's got 20 home runs. He has knocked in 74. Starting opening day of 06, there's not another catcher in baseball with as many home runs or doubles as Brian McCann. Smashed foul. And again, 3-3 here. 4-3 in New York. The Mets and the Phillies, our DirecTV game break. Ryan Howard cuts it down to 4-3 with that base hit. Jason Worth had a chance to grow the lead from there, but couldn't do it. The only way to watch every MLB game in HD is on DirecTV. Give them a call, 1-800-DirecTV.
Once again, Ryan Howard with a monster September.
Outside. And Franklin's about to throw a 30th pitch. Looking to get a 5th out. Took it for a called 3rd strike.
That was a changeup. And it just kind of floated right in the top of the zone, but it froze Brian McCann.
Yeah, he committed to saying no thank you. That is the 2nd out of the inning. Here is Ankiel.
What's going on here?
Talk about approach here for Ankiel, or just maybe give Franklin a breather.
Yeah. Albert Pujols has come to the mound as well from first base.
Oh, it's funny with Rick Ankiel getting this opportunity now against St. Louis, who was suggested to Ankiel in what amounted to an exit interview 5 years ago. You could always come back as a hitter, Rick. And the Cardinals then GM Walt Jocketty said that. And really, there was no always about it. When he said you could always come back as a hitter, he had to start from scratch. He had to go back to kindergarten, really, make himself into a big league hitter after the control problems plagued him as a pitcher.
I faced him before those control problems hit. I faced him when he was a pitcher one time.
Well, that meltdown in the playoffs 10 years ago, what an uncomfortable thing to watch that was, huh?
Yeah, he struck me out on 3 pitches.
He had that capability. But then come playoff time 10 years ago, it was like going to see an up-and-coming young singer in concert and watching the singer get up there on stage and forget the words to every song. It just was so awkward. His final postseason pitching line 10 years ago, 4 innings, 11 walks, 9 wild pitches. It's amazing.
Off the top of the backstop.
The 0-2. Well, and anyway, fast forward. He obviously has had some really nice things happen to him as a hitter. 25 home run season a couple of years ago, but of late, 9 consecutive strikeouts.
Tried to get him to chase that high fastball. He was tempted, but he held it up, and it's 2-2.
Eric Hinsky has come out on deck. Ankiel can end it right here.
That was the change up, and that stayed out of the zone. Another 3-2 count here for Ryan Franklin. He struck out Brian McCann with a 3-2 changeup. Let's see what he throws Ankiel in this situation.
Wanted that high fastball.
That was just power on power there. Franklin's best high fastball and a big, mighty rip from Ankiel.
On 3-2. Chopper handled. And it's 3-3 at the end of 9. The Cardinals and the Braves on Fox. Happen as we go on to the 10th inning. And Takashi Saito will be summoned for his 53rd time this year. Well, the Cardinals have 3 runs batted in from the guy that they bank on, Albert Pujols, getting it done. And a chance possibly for him to be hitting in the 10th inning. Somebody's going to have to get on.
And these are situations where you're probably, if you're Bobby Cox, you're not going to allow Albert Pujols to beat you in these situations.
We talked earlier about how these Braves still have 6 games left head-to-head with the Philadelphia Phillies. And a winning Cardinal team is still on the docket tonight and tomorrow. It's a crowded house for the wild card chase right now. Atlanta is in that division, but also in the hunt in the NL East, just a game behind the Phillies. Wild card race now is Atlanta, San Diego, San Francisco, Colorado. But of San Diego, San Francisco, Colorado, one of those is going to win the NL West.
I love it. National League it's going to be fun all the way to the end. I just hope the last game of the season, something's riding on it.
Grip and a miss by Ryan. Well, Major League Baseball has provided that the last few years. Again, the drama seems to be a little bit more intact here in the National League than in the American League. Not much of a wild card race in the AL. Towards first and a big hop. And Freddie Freeman, who has not been playing first base all that long. He was drafted as a third baseman coming out of high school, but not too long ago, Mark Teixeira was a guy that was a third baseman in high school and college right here at Georgia Tech. He turned into a Gold Glove first baseman.
It's Troy Gloss, former World Series MVP.
And the Braves hoping he's got a couple things still to offer down the stretch here. The Mets have defeated the Phillies. That's now gone final. And Randy Winn will come to the plate. Pinch hitting. Well, you talk about a guy that wants to get to the postseason. He's never been. Nobody's played more games among current players without getting that opportunity.
He played on some good Seattle teams, some good San Francisco Giant teams. Now he's with the Cardinals. And the final just got posted here in Atlanta.
Yeah, Saito stepping off wondering what just happened, but that's happening, yeah.
Knowledgeable fans here knowing they've got a chance to gain a game and be tied with the Philadelphia Phillies.
Randy Winn had to figure that his playoff ticket was finally punched signing with the Yankees this offseason. And more often than not, even if you end up with the Cardinals, that's a pretty good bet. But
it's a good spot to be.
Cardinals still have some work to do. Boy, both of these bullpens have been solid today.
Very good. Ryan Franklin, the closer for the Cardinals, going 2 innings today. An unearned run off the Braves bullpen is what ended up sending this thing to extra innings.
Well, the Cardinals will have to dig deep in the bottom of the 10th. You sure don't figure on a third inning of relief from Franklin.
You wouldn't think so.
Yeah, obviously with Winn pinch hitting, we will see someone else out there on the mound.
Hey, look, Freddie Freeman's pretty slick over there.
Yeah, he can play it a little bit.
He looks like he knew what he was doing.
He was voted the best defensive first baseman in the International League, and again, kind of new to the position, so that's impressive.
Well, he has to go to his right, and then on the run, he hits Saito perfectly in stride. Big kid with the baby face. And he'll sell you a car.
With no money down. Yeah, he's not even 21 yet. Jason Hayward just turned 21. Freeman's going to turn 21 tomorrow. Now Pedro Feliz with Pujols on deck. Now the Cardinals really limping along the last 4 weeks. They've averaged 2 wins a week. That number is going to have to be 5 or 6 down the stretch.
Cut it.
Golfing that one up in the air.
What a very easy inning for Saito.
If Pujols bats, it would have to be an inning 11. We'll return after a word from your local Fox station. Braves will look to win it in the bottom of the 10th. Remember, they've got the most last at-bat wins of any team in baseball. And McClellan, who's had a great year, 2.1 ERA, gets Brooks Conrad off the bench. He had a big hit off the bench yesterday.
He got that 6-run sixth started against Chris Carpenter.
All they need here is a 1-run 10th. Bounce that one to the plate.
Hung on to that changeup just a little bit too long there, Josh. 2-0 now.
And the Braves, if they can find a way to get this done, they'll be tied with the Philadelphia Phillies atop the NL East.
And once again, you see a 2-0 count. Now you've turned McClellan into a one-pitch pitcher, and that's a fastball.
Right behind the bag.
Well, he got the fastball, but did nothing with it.
1 out in the 10th inning, and time for a DirecTV game break. The only way to watch every Major League game in HD, that's DirecTV. Mike Sweeney, nice addition for the Phillies. Almost ties this game. Does not. Eventually he goes to third, and Carlos Ruiz induced to bounce out to end it. The Phillies have lost 4-3. So even in the loss column now, the Phillies and the Braves. Here's Alex Gonzalez. Well, the Mets a disappointment, huh? 70-72. In the air from Gonzalez.
Had him out in front of a breaking ball. Good pitch there from McClellan.
I was going to bring up a guy who last year anyway, Gracie, was Mr. Walk-Off in New York. Melky Cabrera had a knack for being in the right place at the right time with the Yankees. There was a stretch of about 5 weeks where he was the walk-off hero 4 times. Once with a home run during that stretch.
And a bunch of hits.
Now McClellan rings it in there at 90, the Florissant, Missouri native.
I lived there.
I know you did, so I brought it up.
Probably a wonderful guy.
You have to be to live in Florissant, right? Cabrera has grounded out every time today. Trying to square one up here. Cardinals have retired 7 straight between Franklin and McClellan. Another ground ball. Slowly hit. So they take care of Cabrera. And on we go to the 11th, where Albert Pujols will come on up for St. Louis. Farnsworth is summoned here to take on Albert Pujols. Now, Farnsworth, I'm sure you'd agree, Mark Grace, doesn't really look scared by anything.
No, that's because he's not.
He's been known to wear a T-shirt under that uniform that says, "Do I look like a people person?"
I was a teammate of Kyle's for a few years in Chicago. Turned himself in a long career.
He was a huge Braves fan growing up in Roswell, Georgia. Dale Murphy, a friend of the Farnsworth family. Getting a chance to pitch for the Braves here. Boy, staring right down the barrel of Pujols and then Holiday. That Cardinal offense really has done very little today. They don't have, well, let's see. They got 1 hit since the 6th inning. The one big hit was supplied by Pujols, a 2 RBI double.
Out in In front of the breaking ball there was Pujols. All he could do was dribble it foul. It's 1-2.
Boy, that's not even close, huh?
Crazy. Just great. Those are all great players. I mean, it's not even a contest.
Off the end of the bat, Farnsworth winning out.
Well, let's see how he disposed of the great Albert Pujols. It's always good to start with strike one, and that's what you get. Another fastball misses. A good slider. Had him out in front. And then once again, another good slider. Outside corner at the knees. And even the great ones aren't going to do anything with those, Josh.
Holiday after a 3 RBI game yesterday. It's been held down this afternoon, which I guess is now the evening. Tied at 3 in the 11th. The Braves trying to catch the Phillies in that NL East. The Phillies losing to the Mets. Holiday slashing one in a left base hit.
Well, we saw Farnsworth get Pujols on a slider down and away. He wants it there again, but where does it go? It goes to the inner portion of the plate. Holiday takes full advantage and blisters it into left field.
Cardinal fans hoping he can tap into some of that mojo he brought the Rockies in September back in 2007. That Colorado team, Gracie, was 7 games out on this second weekend of September. Right now, the Cardinals are 6 games out. That 2007 Rockies team, all they did was nearly run the table from that point on. Holiday was a catalyst for that incredible comeback. He had a .440 batting average the last 3 weeks of that season. Now Rasmus. The young center fielder had a big night Thursday night. This is close to home. Alabama native. A lot of friends and family here to watch this power show on Thursday. 24 home runs his final year in high school in Alabama. Broke the state record once held by Bo Jackson.
It's pretty good company. Oh, he got a breaking ball up in the zone around belt high. Those tend to go a long way. Billy Williams, the great Hall of Famer, used to say that thing came in there fence high.
Fence high. Had one clearing of said fence in this one. That was Jason Hayward. That is why we are playing here in the 11th inning. Check the action, such that it is in that Atlanta bullpen. There's kind of some standing around right now.
Standing around, which means both of them are loose.
Off the plate, 2-1. Lopez on deck. You know, the contribution of the young homegrown players. For years, that's been a nice storyline in Atlanta. St. Louis is trying to get that going, too. Rasmus is a good emblem. You've got John Jay, you've got Freese and Green, Alan Craig, so on down the line. Both the AA and AAA affiliates for the Cardinals are in their league's playoffs this week, so Cardinal fans should feel pretty good about that minor
league on the way.
Pipeline. Yep. Inside, 3-1. Tommy Hanson was the starter today for Atlanta, and he acquitted himself very well. But once again, it's a no decision for Hanson.
On a day that he pitched very well.
Smacked into right field. That is brought in there into the glove of Hayward, and a great throw in. That is some kind of running play out there. If that dive bombs on him, it's going to skip And that's major trouble, but he made sure that didn't happen.
You're exactly right. This ball is scalded. If somehow that gets by, I would imagine Colby Rasmus could have circled him. But instead, a shoestring grab. He's having a heck of a day again. Here's Jason Hayward.
That's a big right fielder, too. Make no mistake. That's 6'5", 240. Having to bend down like that and make sure it doesn't hit the deck.
Well, it helps when you're 21.
A little tougher to bend down at 46.
You and I would have a little trouble doing that these days. Maybe getting down there, but getting back up would be the problem.
Now, the love affair between Atlanta and Jason Hayward already blooming quite nicely. He started the year at 20 years old. And in his very first game, hitting the ball 480 feet.
I don't know if Kyle Farnsworth hurt himself there or there's a quick meeting on the mound. I guess he's okay.
Felipe Lopez trying to chisel his way out of a slump that's been going on for a while. We mentioned earlier, Gracie, it doesn't help that he's got that bad knee. It's tough to get your swing right.
When your legs aren't underneath you, you're right.
Cardinals with 2 in the 6th and 1 in the 8th for their 3.
Just missed the outside corner. 97 miles an hour. Farnsworth still throwing hard.
Now, he is all about that fastball, no doubt. With 2 out in the inning. Taken.
Slider right there. That one just froze Felipe Lopez.
Now, is that set up upper 90s, or do you come back with that same slider?
I'm a big believer in if you're going to get beat with your best pitch. And I think Kyle Farnsworth's best pitch is his fastball. Let's see what Brian McCann wants. He wants that fastball.
Yeah, he's with you.
But Kyle Farnsworth wants, I don't know what he wants.
Maybe he'll agree to the fastball, but not that location.
Maybe a fastball in. Let's see. We'll start all over here. That's a curveball. Maybe a cutter. That's more of a cutter.
Yeah, it must be the cut fastball, because that's in there at 92.
That's the new sexy pitch now, Josh.
Isn't that just a fancy word for slider, really, the cut fastball?
Pretty much. It just comes in there a little hard. In my playing days, everybody had a split finger. That was the sexy pitch back in the 90s. Now, all these guys have cut fastballs. Going back to the slider.
Runner goes. We'll do it again. (9-1-2) in the order due against Tony La Russa's team in the bottom of the inning. The Cardinals just 2 of 13 today with men on base. The only Cardinal to drive in a run has been Pujols.
There's been very good pitching today. If you're a fan of offense, well, you haven't seen a whole lot yet, except from Albert Pujols. Nate McLeod drove in a couple of runs. Jason Hayward. But really not much offense to talk about here.
Again, the runner goes. Bouncing ball, second base. And once again, we say the Atlanta Braves can win it. Jason Hayward do third in the inning in a 3-3 game in Atlanta. Bottom of the 11th inning. In the National League East situation, the Phillies and the Braves could be tied at the end of this ball game right now. And you look ahead, the Phillies and the Braves, 6 more times they will play each other. The Braves still have a team in contention with the Cardinals tomorrow. In the Central, the Reds have the Padres, and one of those games will be on Fox that weekend of September 24, 5, 6. Cardinals still have to deal with the Padres and the Rockies right at the end of the season. Boy, and there are a lot of big games for the Padres. The Giants and Rockies play each other. Padres have a tough road.
Well, that is a really tough road. You called that, Josh. Rockies playing the Pods and Giants as well as the Cardinals.
Here is Freddie Freeman looking for his second big league hit. He's going to turn 21 tomorrow. I guarantee you he gets carded wherever he goes. Looks 16.
Yeah, he's a big boy. He looks like he's got the ability to knock your block off. But that baby face.
Yeah, he's 6'5", 220.
I'll call him sir.
In the air, center field. And grabs route number 1. He got ahead 2-0.
He got ahead 2-0, and he got a pitch right down the middle. It looked like he got just a little bit long with it. Maybe swung a little too hard. I mean, this pitch is right there to hit. It just looks like he got a little too hard with it. And it's just a lazy fly ball to center field.
Extra innings, kind of a boon here for Omar Infantes. He needs to keep collecting plate appearances to qualify for the batting title.
He needs all the at-bats he can get.
Raise that batting average to 342 tonight. Takes a strike. Breaking ball.
Beautiful breaking ball. You called it, Josh.
Braves have just one base runner, Gracie, in the last 4 innings. That was that strikeout pass ball in the 8th inning. Man, oh man.
Long, did it?
Some nasty stuff.
McClellan, I got your batting title. What, 3 pitches? The third one being a wicked breaking ball. No chance for Infante.
But now a big chance for Hayward. The only home run of the game. A hit by Hayward in the 7th inning.
This guy is just locked in on the mound, Josh.
Loving that breaking ball. Hayward, though, has been the guy with the best batting average in the majors the last 20 games. He'll try to find a way on 0-2.
Just a waist fastball right around belt high inside. And I would imagine going right back to that good curveball here, Josh. He's got a good feel for that pitch right now. I'd be shocked if he doesn't throw it here. Sure he did.
And it's grounded foul. Pujols made a nice play that didn't count. We're showing the fastball just enough. And you can't just sit on that curveball. On 1-2. That was the fastball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Again, this is a kid that just turned 21, and he's coming up on 80 walks for the season. Strike zone.
Missed.
I was going to say, strike zone judgment is something that's supposed to kind of develop as you get older, but already right now.
Be the judge at home. Strike.
Close.
Awfully close. McClellan thought he had strike 3, but now it's a 3-2 count.
Taken, and that is another walk for Hayward from 0-2 to a walk.
Maturity beyond his years, Josh Lewin. Lay off a couple of very close pitches for ball 4.
And the game past the 3.5-hour mark. The fans are not too tuckered out for the tomahawk chop. Trying to will Martin Prado to get this thing done. Been a terrific all-around season for Prado. Batting average well into the 300s. 64 runs batted in.
Extra attention being paid over there to Jason Hayward.
Outfield very deep here. They want to keep everything in front of them.
Anything over their heads is going in the seats. Very deep are the Cardinal outfielders. As you said, Josh, trying to keep everything in front. That's called no doubles defense.
Hayward chased back, and again, for a big guy, he runs really well.
Like a gazelle.
Upstairs, 2-0 with Brian McCann on deck. Getting towards our primetime programming in some of our time zones. The Cops will be following this game, and America's Most Wanted season premieres tonight. And again, a big day of football tomorrow. Doubleheader action on Fox. On 2-0 to Prado. He will take a strike.
Just a little batting practice fastball right there. Prado taking all the way.
The Braves are hitless in their last 4 innings. Actually, 0 for their last 13.
Well, they've got pine tar all over his uniform.
That ball's in the air towards right. How'd you feel about the 12th, Mr. Grace? Really, it doesn't matter. We're going there, so.
I highly recommend it.
Come on back and let's see what happens. 4th inning. Bobby Cox is not going on past this season in terms of being a manager here in Atlanta. 2 separate stints, 25 seasons. And at one point, 14 straight division titles. You mentioned earlier, Mark Grace, you're going to be hard-pressed to find anybody ever do that again.
I agree with you. He's locked in a wild one here. Got a bit of a marathon. Free baseball.
But you don't keep your job for 20 seasons in a row without learning how to adjust a little bit. Bobby Cox seems to do that, Gracie, every year. Always able to break in young players successfully. We've seen that this year with Jason Hayward. Starting to see that with Freddie Freeman. Now here's a youngster, Craig Kimbrell, getting into his 11th big league game.
Kimbrell lit it up in AAA Gwinnett this year. ERA of 1.6 in AAA, but this is the major league.
And that is Yadier Molina, who fouls one to the right side.
Well, it just seems like anymore, everybody throws at least 95 miles an hour, Josh. That fastball there, 95.
Yeah, you know, it not to sound like an old-timer or anything, but when Mark Grace played, which wasn't all that long ago, I mean, let's say late 80s, early 90s, I just remember, you know, the announcers would say, look at that, he's throwing 95. Like, that's a big deal.
It was a big deal. And yeah, if you threw 90, you threw hard.
That was the definition of hard, right?
Early in my career, yes.
Now guys are throwing changeups that are 92.
Scary. 96 with that one.
Obviously, so many other advances now, too. The hitters can get a look at all kinds of mechanics and break it down with the video. The pitchers, same thing, just like they do in golf.
But just a classic drop and drive right-hander. With that big, strong base, big legs, big core.
Well, Kimbrell, you know, you look at him, and in terms of the height, even the stuff, and even where he's from. We've already talked to Tim Hudson in this game. Now, Hudson's not exactly a 6'5", 240 guy. And Kimbrell, also native of Alabama, just kind of gets out there and competes. With O'Flaherty and Proctor in the bullpen earlier, it is now Kimbrell. So Billy Wagner is what, 5'10"? He throws 100. Kimbrell is 5'11", 205.
Just watch his arm speed. Watch how his arm goes from point A to point B just so quickly. Just eats up Molina with a fastball. Once that arm takes the baseball out of the glove, boy, you can just see the arm speed on Kimbrell.
Well, again, similar to Hudson, who pitches tomorrow. 8th pitch of the at-bat coming up. Got him.
Yes. Goodness gracious.
High heat. There is something about watching a guy under 6 feet tall blow away big, strong hitters. I remember Tim Hudson, too, Gracie, saying that the reason he became so competitive all those years growing up, being told he was too small. His two brothers were 10 and 12 years older than he was. Hudson in high school was never really scouted. He weighed barely 150 pounds in high school.
Classic Tim Lincecum.
Yeah.
Pedro Martinez.
That's popped way up there. And Stavanoa's down 0-1. I think the other thing you see with guys that, you know, don't have that big body but can really pitch, and this certainly happened to Billy Wagner, who ended up at Ferrum, a Division III school. You don't really get scouted. Hudson started out at Chattahoochee Valley Community College.
Oh, what a pitch. 97 miles an hour to the outside corner. Stavanoa got to be thinking, what the heck is this September call-up?
Where's this guy been? And can he go back there?
Please.
Towards right. Kind of a defensive two-strike swing.
There's been a lot of very good pitching here on into the evening. And I like a young guy, Josh, especially, that can come in. You're in a pennant race, and you can come in against a team like the St. Louis Cardinals and throw strikes. And that's what Kimbrel has come in and done. Not only with the great stuff, but he's throwing strikes. He's not fearing the lumber.
Ryan, a wave and a miss.
You can hear that mitt popping all the way up here.
Yeah, you can.
Yes.
To make it 0-2.
I'm starting to like this guy.
Well, only 22. Get to know him now. Should be around for a while.
Now, you know me, I am a front runner.
Yes, you are. Suddenly the biggest James Madison University football fan in the world today. 0-2 pitch. Outside.
99.
That's Billy Wagner-esque, 99. A little lightning off in the distance, by the way, just saying. Not rooting for it, I'm just saying.
Yeah, we might as well have a nice long rain delay. Oh,
that
dear.
Some kind of inning.
Stop it.
The Braves will bat in the bottom of the 12th after this. Here we are in the bottom of the 12th. A new pitcher to tell you about is Brian McCann that steps in. Mitchell Boggs will take over, the Georgia native. Former Georgia Bulldog. Now he gets the Atlanta native Brian McCann. He takes a big cut and fouls it straight back. The two teams have combined for one hit over the last 22 at-bats in this game.
It's been a great job by both bullpens, just dominating.
Some other defensive changes to tell you about, as it's quickly 0-2. Lopez has moved out to right field. And Aaron Miles is in the game. He becomes the 6th man to occupy the Cardinals' leadoff spot in this game. Welcome to September baseball.
Expand the roster. Man. 3 pitches, 3 strikes.
These relievers just get nastier and nastier as the game goes along.
A couple of fastballs, and then the 0-2 breaking ball down in the dirt. Right over the top of it goes McCann.
Now the former Cardinal, Rick Ankiel. Cardinals have had to throw 199 pitches in this game. Jake Westbrook started it. He went 6. Then it was 2/3 of an inning for Dennis Reyes. We saw Mott for a batter. Ryan Franklin for a couple innings. McClellan for a couple innings. Now it's Boggs. That one hoisted into left field, going towards the line, and no play.
Holiday was lumbering. He just couldn't get there.
Well, meantime, Gracie, for Atlanta, they've gone through 7 pitchers already. They got 7 innings out of Hansen. And on average, since then, it's been just 2/3 of an inning for everybody else. Check swing down too low. These 2 bullpens have combined now for 10 1/3 innings and 4 hits.
Man. That's Craig Kimbrell, who dominated in his 1 inning of work. And I think a lot of times in extra innings, Josh, I think players, and I was guilty of it myself in my playing days, everybody wants to be the guy that hits the walk-off home run.
So you go outside yourself a little bit?
There's nothing wrong with manufacturing a run. A run's a run. I think a lot of times, instead of maybe trying to get a base hit, you're up there trying to hit the walk-off home run. Just missed.
Boy, here's the 2nd time that Ankiel has gone from 0-2 to 3-2. And give him some credit, having struck out 9 straight at-bats coming into this. Having the patience to grow counts from 0-2 to 3-2 twice. Grounds it foul. Again, what's at stake for the Braves? They've got a shot here to tie the Phillies atop the National League East. And as you mentioned earlier, what's at stake for the Cardinals is every time they lose, they are just kind of slipping away. 6 games out right now in that NL Central.
All 4.
Heck of an at-bat for Ankiel.
Very well said, Josh. It was 0-2. And I think a lot of times also young pitchers like Boggs, I think a lot of times you get a hitter 0-2, and then you start trying to strike that hitter out rather than just get him out. Does that make sense?
Sure.
So now you try to make those nasty pitches. You make them. Try to get him to chase high out of the zone or maybe bounce a breaking ball. Next thing you know, you're 3-2. You end up walking him.
Eric Hinsky is going to bat now. Been a nice addition for Atlanta. He's 1 of 2 lifetime against Boggs. Well, that's what you're talking about right there. Try to be the hero.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with ground ball up the middle for a base hit. But I think because we're human beings, I think we all want to be the hero and end up trying, like you said, go outside yourself.
That pitch barely outside the zone. Eight years ago, Hinsky was Rookie of the Year. 24 home run season, some very good defense. He's kind of moved around from team to team since then. Checks and takes a strike.
Kinski thought that was inside, but that pitch came back to the middle of the plate.
Boy, again, the hits are just so tough to come by. There's one. It's going to be first and third and just one out. And as you said, Mark Grace, you don't have to actually hit it 400 feet.
Manufacturing a run counts just as much as a long ball. A one-out walk, a great at-bat by Rick Ankiel, and then Eric Kinski, who's been a great addition, like you said, gets that base hit up the middle and make it first and third. Trying to come inside, doesn't get it inside. Tony La Russa is going to make a move.
Or maybe just out there to talk about where to play everybody. Nobody's up in that bullpen for St. Louis.
He's going to just say, okay, this is what we're going to do. I want you playing here, and we're going to do this.
Now, Gonzalez is the next guy up. Then you've got the switch-hitting Melky Cabrera after that.
I would imagine he's probably telling his middle infielders to play halfway. If the ball's hit sharply to you, go ahead and turn the double play. If it's not hit sharply to you, you need to come to the plate and try to cut down Rick Ankiel.
Well, and this sets up beautifully for Atlanta. Boggs, in his career, against guys that are on this active roster for the Braves, everybody else besides Gonzalez is 3 for 16. Gonzalez is 4 for 6. And guess who's batting?
Alex Gonzalez.
Yep.
And these are the guys you want up in these situations, Josh. You want a veteran guy that's been through these at-bats before. As you can see, he's no stranger to walk-off hits.
Now you've got lightning creasing the night sky here all around the stadium. A chance to win it right here for the Atlanta Braves.
That is get the call.
Yeah, ball one. And the infield, as you said, going to come in a little. If the Braves do pull it out here, you look to Rick Ankiel and the at-bat that he had going from 0-2 to the walk.
Challenged him with 97 miles an hour. Gonzalez could only scrape it foul. Also Ankiel with the speed and the guts to go first to third on that base hit by Eric Kinski. Outfielder's very, very shallow.
The 1-1. Now 1-2.
Boy, some big time sink on that fastball. Right over the top of it goes Gonzalez.
Yep, 98 and moving.
Bottom fall out of that. Man. These guys make me glad I'm retired.
Well, Gonzalez looking for that big two-strike base hit or even a sac fly right here. Just before the rain.
99.
Well, from 96 to 97 to 98 to 99.
You can tell he's pumped up for this situation.
And again, Gonzalez brought in part because he's got some veteran savvy. Trying to find a way on 1-2. Hanging in.
Left a slider in the middle of the plate. Gonzalez once again just tapping it foul. Living to survive another pitch.
In the air, left field, that'll do it. And it keeps on going. It is a home run. There is a tie atop the National League East. And a guy who was in the American League East just a month ago just ended it.
A mammoth 3-run home run. I guess walk-off homers aren't so bad after all, Josh.
Well, you didn't want somebody to hit one 400 feet, but you got this.
Mitchell Boggs throwing 99 mile an hour, and what happens? He hangs a slider to Alex Gonzalez, who destroys it into the left center seats, halfway up the bleachers out there. A bomb to end it, and we are tied in the National League East.
And things are slipping away for St. Louis. This one took a little more than 4 hours. And in the end, it's a party in Atlanta. It's going to be some kind of last 3 weeks. The Phillies and the Braves are together atop the NL East. Gonzalez, your hero. We will wrap things up from Atlanta right after these messages from your local Fox station.